I have all this space to actually exist in because the steering wheel isn't here anymore. Man, I was gonna say, but I didn't have my mic on, that, man, all these streamers that just do like normal streaming, they're lucky. They don't have to fuck around with their camera settings all the time. They just have a static setup. They don't have mic cables. The focus needs to be just a little bit, because the face cam needs to be the face cam and not the shop cam necessarily. There we go. A little bit of the hard focus in on the stuff that's nearby. It just makes it look a little better. All right. Holy shit. Am I here? I like just wolfed down Wendy's because I shut down the other computer, and then I'm like, wait, I don't have like an entertainment system while I eat. Like that meme of like millennials freaking out that they don't have something to put on the computer while eating. Yeah, that's true. Need to have something on, anything. So I ended up going out and getting stuff, bringing it back. Eat up a little bit of time, otherwise we would have started early. Because I am champing at the bit, and it is champing at the bit, by the way, it's not chomping. Chomping at the bit is not a thing. You don't chomp at the bit. In fact, horses can't even, they got a big opening where the bit goes in their jawline, you know? Their teeth are all the way up front. Anyway, so I've been champing at the bit. I'm excited to get this project underway. Excited. Got a bunch of little USB jobbies. We're gonna reuse my Windows key on completely new hardware. That should be interesting. And we have to disable any network until we get Windows on there. Because I do not want to start a Windows account. So yeah, the stuff that I was struggling with at the beginning of stream, if a webcam doesn't come up on the USB stack, all bets are off. Why does that look scorched? Do I need larger wires on these? There's like heat residue around it. Ruh-roh. I mean, I guess I'll keep them where they are, like they are, but I'll need to bump up the wire size on those. That's a concern. Uh-oh, my glucose level's going nuts. Yeah, so good times. One of the webcams didn't come up. I don't know, something happened with the USB stack. I had to unplug and replug in the Focusrite, which has been happening lately, and I don't understand why. I would need to replug. Oh wait, Chatterino's not started. Oop. So I don't understand why it would do that to me every now and then. It's caused me to have to unplug and replug USB peripherals. I mean, this computer's being pushed to its absolute limit in terms of like the distance of some of the stuff that's going on. I have USB hubs plugged into USB hubs and so forth. So, I mean, I guess that explains a little bit of the weirdness when it boots up. And so I've been dealing with that, and when it started up, I didn't have that webcam connected. If that happens, then the assignments from the Stream Deck's ability to control the device remotely breaks. And so I have to go in and manually set up the camera. The other ones, I can just hit a button to do that. So here's burn the subs camera. There's something in the way, but whatever. Here we go, that one's set up to default settings. The microscope, one button. Here we go. And the camera that's on the arm, that one will just bada bing, bada bingo, do its thing. There we go. Actually, this is a good view for the beginning of the stream. Looks very tech shoppy. I'm a little concerned. I have some concerns about what I just saw flipping my computer up. I'm a little concerned. Now, the computer that we're building is new hardware, brand new hardware. Actually the whole thing is new hardware. It's gonna be on the same power supply. Current draw is gonna be a little bit more consistent. We may have to make a we may have to make a cable. We may have to make a cable to fix the issue that I see right now, which is something that I'm highly concerned about. I didn't notice before. Oh boy. But this has been my computer for quite some time, and it's been relatively successful. This should be a pretty substantial upgrade. And it's barely going to use more electricity than it did before. Going 1080 FTW and, oh god, I don't even remember the processor at this point. I don't remember what processor I have. But we're going to be upgrading all of it. Yeah, we're not sponsored. There. Not sponsored. This goes away in a minute. God, I wish I was sponsored. I wish I was sponsored so hard. That's not, no, that's the new processor. Schmide, how dumb do you think I am? What do you take me for? I was listing the components of my old computer. The only thing I think is the 5950X an actual processor? Is that what it's called? Or did I get that wrong? It is. It's a real processor. I thought because I barely remembered the what processor I have on the motherboard. Barely remembered. Yeah, no, I don't do anything with drinking on stream. I can't translate what you're trying to say to me, man. I don't know what that even means. Yeah, I think I get to use the smart access memory, which isn't there going to be like an NVIDIA system that just completely like negates all that? That's like my personal business. I don't know. I'm not going to tell you what my billing structure is here. I don't think we need a mem test, do we? I just grabbed this out of the computer thumb drives pile. This is the older Windows 10, so older Windows 10 OS. We'll install this. It's going to want to apply like a billion updates, but we can hopefully keep it away from. This should be easier to keep away from the Microsoft account stuff. That is, if there is actually the OS on here. Otherwise, we'll have to download the OS and get all that running. But I don't want to give this thing network access until we're in the computer itself. And I definitely want to upgrade this cable because I'll show you guys what I'm looking at in a minute. I don't like what I see. I do not like what I see. Yeah, my head from this angle gives you a good idea of why I use the other camera. This is not my good side for hair. This is a better view. Yeah, that'll do it. That'll do it. Metronomic Live. I'll see a stream from him sometime soon. He might be moving. I don't know. With the Bluetooth thing that we were working on, the module that we're trying to pretend to be, had a little trouble with that. I don't know what the hell the deal is. I think it's expecting a signal. I think we know a signal that we want to try hitting it with that basically says, hey, we're done configuring the Bluetooth stack. I think that's all that needs to happen. But I don't know. So I've moved the entire steering wheel project away, and look at all the space that I have. Dun, dun, dun. Look at, oh, I'm gonna move in. Oh, it feels so good. Look at how far away I am from the monitors. Ah, it's great. Oh man, woo. Anyway, we're moving it away. It's sitting right there. It'll come back, but right now I've got everything staged over there to put together this computer. So should be pretty cool. Hopefully, if anything is DOA, you're gonna see a grown man cry, because I bought the motherboard and the memory and the NVMe hard drives a year ago, which I plugged in the NVMe drive. I plugged in the NVMe drive last night. I put it in a little caddy that I had to go buy. Yeah, memtest is on standby. It's right in this. It's in this thumb drive right here. I got memtest. But yeah, I went to Micro Center last night and I bought a little caddy and I put the NVMe drive in it and I copied my entire games directory over to this little guy right here. Boy, oh boy, this is where I said this in Discord, but man, these NVMe, the like brutally fast ones, this is where electricity goes to die. It was insane. The thing is just like a molten slag of metal by the time I got it back from it was plugged into USB 3.1 or whatever. Why is it a point? Anyway, you just call it USB 3, but I guess USB 3 is probably something else. USB is a mess these days, isn't it? But anyway, it plugged in with a USB-C connector to the port directly on the back of the motherboard, and I did the copy from drive to drive. So it's going from 970 Evo to a 980 Super Duper whatever Gen 4 PCIe. USB's always been a mess. I suppose so. It was just nice to be able to unplug your mouse and keyboard without your whole system taking a shit, you know? Because like back in the day, you'd unplug your mouse and the keyboard and your computer would be like, everything is fine and I feel great, and nothing would work. You had no input at all. It was like, oh no. It would just nothing, and you couldn't plug back in the same device for some reason. Plugging back in the same device did nothing. Get the expensive stuff out of the way. I spent an inordinate amount of money on this crap. I'm kind of shocked at the amount of money. I haven't really added it all up in one place because the purchases have spanned 2 years now in order to do this upgrade. And from what I recall, we should be under the wire in terms of the amount of current that we're going to be using on this thing. But I'll explain that again when we get started. Competing standards and software had to more or less support both. I don't remember that. See, I never was involved with USB back in the day like that. I was just happy that there was a new standard in town. My glucose level is going to be a piece of shit today, isn't it? I knew I shouldn't have eaten. I decided to eat lunch because of timing reasons, and I probably should have just started streaming, to be honest. Because now it's firing up into the stratosphere because I had the audacity of eating a chicken sandwich. We've got most of the stuff that we need over here. I'm probably going to have to dig up an HDMI cable so that I can plug into the Elgato, and that'll allow us to at least see what's going on the computer. And maybe I can put up a little screen. I'm going to hopefully take us through some benchmarks when we get it all together, but there's a lot of building to do. There's a lot of building to do. This might take more than a day. This might be a 2-day computer stream, considering the amount of structure that we got to put together on this thing. Fun, fun, fun. I'm nervous about this, chat. I'm nervous. I wish I could have gotten cooler looking RAM, but I didn't want LEDs. This also makes me nervous. We gotta go up a... What is it? Dust Bunny! Ha! Brr! Get him! Get him! Which PC is this replacing? You're looking at it. This is a 1080 FTW and Intel something 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 on a, what is it, Gigabyte Gaming motherboard that I bought as an emergency means because I was at a LAN party and my EVGA motherboard was dying in sequence. We were able to get into the BIOS, we were able to confirm the devices that were working. One of them stopped working, we turned it off, we rebooted, and we saw another one stopped working, so we turned that off and rebooted it. And then we saw another piece of the motherboard not working, and then we rebooted it again, and then nothing worked, right? It went down sequentially. It was kind of amazing to see. It was kind of the first time, like me and my friends who have done plenty of IT stuff in our day, being of the generation that is constantly tasked with doing IT work in spite of us not being IT people, we were looking at this thing failing. We were like, we've never in our day seen that happen before. So the cool part about my PC, my gaming PC, It's very portable, right? This is about the size of a VCR, if you can remember what that is. We have 3D printed frames that are holding a grating that's just for preventing your finger poking. The power supply is a custom deal. The power supply is a 600 possible. It's because I haven't started yet, Krillin. What do you think I'm dumb? What does chat think I am? Father, did you know that start soon is like right in the middle of the screen? Okay, all right. So anyway, I mean, I'll have to probably explain all this stuff again because it does seem like I am actually starting the stream, but I'm not yet. There's a couple things that we need to work out with this because I have this power supply right here, and this is potentially up to 600 watts. It's kind of pushing it when it gets up to 600, and it is really technically a 500 something watt power supply, but these modules can handle quite a bit of current, and looking at some of the wires here, it looks like they've had a little too much current to handle at one point. I don't know what's going on with that, but there's some scorching, and we'll take a close look at that. So, anywho, this thing is a custom design case. I have a special back plate for the NVIDIA card that I reinvented for the Radeon 6900. I actually have a back panel for the motherboard now. We need to drill one hole in it. Probably in this panel, we'll probably have to drill a hole in it in order to put this microphone connector on it. Hopefully this still fits. Power thing, my big power filter. No scorching around those wires, it's just the one set. It's possible that I'd want to print something to go between that riser cable and everything else. I've got a riser cable on this, and this is something that my friends have irritated the living shit out of me with. I have a friend who had big problems building his PC because of riser cable issues. Now, I have never had riser cable issues, but if this thing is PCIe 4, the riser cable doesn't support that. I will have to bump it down to 3 and just live with it for a little while, which is fine because I think if I draw full current, I might have troubles with the power supply. So I may have to bump down the PCIe level, and we'll see how that affects the performance. From what I hear, it's not really noticeable, I hope. I hope. But one of the big reasons that this whole thing works is this little guy right here. This little guy right here. This is a car PC power adapter. Had this for, this has been the spare, by the way, that I've had. I've had this one for like 5 years, and I've been using these for like 10 years, and it hasn't really changed all that much. It basically takes 12 to 14 volts in and creates all of your motherboard voltages, which all those random motherboard voltages, they're not that high current. So 160 watts is plenty to power everything on there. It's actually more than enough. I think the previous one I had was 140. So we got plenty of current powering everything.
I think we're getting very close to the end.
Ah. Where? So we got plenty of current on the motherboard. All the rest of the 12 volts just goes to the graphics card. That's it. Everything else is on powered USB hubs and such, so I don't really need all that much power going to things. Everything else kind of relies on its own power supply. That's the magic of this computer. Then you're going to get people jumping in and going, but what about heat? Where is it going to get cool air from? How can you possibly run this? It will overheat, and you will fail, and you will die. Streamer, you don't know what you're talking about. You won't be able to run this PC. But it's like, this thing is surrounded by cool air. All I'm doing is drawing the cool air through the different peripherals that it needs to be drawn in through. Now, we are bending the rules a little bit. This 1U cooler is not technically supposed to go on this processor, so we'll have a little bit of trouble with that. I don't know if it's gonna be a big deal, but Smith Clay, thank you so much for subbing for 16 months with a Prime. Am I on the BTS board yet? Yeah, here, check it out. See, there you are. Look at that. Look at that, there you are. Right on the, yep, There it is, there it is. We got a lot of work to do with BTS. I have to finish the simulator setup stuff, and I think that's getting very close. We have a little software manipulation to do on that one. I need to send it the signal that it's looking for. So, and we have the documentation on how to get that module up and running. I think there's just one more signal that we need to get from our fakey thing to the base station. One more signal. So I've partially broken down all that stuff, and I've moved it all to the backboard for today and tomorrow. Tomorrow I have to do airport shuttle, and I don't know if that's going to interfere with the stream schedule. It might just be that when I get back from the airport, I'm going to want to work on this immediately. So we might jump directly into stream. Early, late, I don't give a shit anymore. Hours are meaningless. Time is nothing. I'm trying to get this computer done by Saturday, because I have a thing on Saturday that doesn't involve you guys. Are you just airport Uber? Yeah, I really wish my parents, who I'm driving, would use it, but my mother thinks it's low class or something. She doesn't want to do an Uber, so whatever. They sometimes help pay the bills, so I'll help them get to the airport every now and then because they're from a lost generation. I got my Rivian. Oh shit, man. I've seen a lot about the Rivian lately, and it looks kind of cool. I've seen a lot of big fucking trucks around here lately too. I saw a Dodge Ram today that was the size of a goddamn house. The R on the logo, it was this big. It said Ram on the back deck, and it was this big. The it was this fucking big. What is going on with these trucks these days? Like, man, save some hydrocarbons for the rest of us. Like, some of us have to eke by until we can afford an electric car. But the Rivian looks really cool. I think that's kind of cool. Did they have truck nuts? No. It was like a blacked out Ram that was lifted, and it had big, shiny, brand new tires on it with fancy wheels. I don't think that thing is ever going to see dirt in its entire life. They got 4x4 and off-road plastered all over their vehicles, and they're clean as hell. Ram drivers should deal in carbon credits. I know. They should be paying for the Rivian. Coming from a Ram 1500 with the Rivian. Hell yeah, man. Fill in your divot in terms of hydrocarbons. I don't know, I drive an old-ass station wagon. One of my headlights went out, and the cops flashed me on the road, and I didn't even have to buy them dinner. But a cop flashed me, and I was like, oh no, I'm not speeding. And then I start up my car today, and I'm like, oh, my headlight's out. Well, it turns out I just had to jiggle the wires a little bit. Remember, we did that headlight upgrade to LEDs on stream, and we used theater gels in order to create 4300K brightness. It was blue blockers, aka orange mylar that can take a high temperature. We put that over the LED lenses, and that produced actual, like, functional white light coming out of the front of the car that doesn't blast out the retinas of everybody that's oncoming. So we were able to get that retrofitted into my car. It's still a bit of a mess. I'm thinking about, in the near future, the reason I'm waving these around is because they're brand new. What I'd like to figure out in the near future is making like a little tray that we can put the headlight drivers on. Maybe a little fan in there too, just to make sure that we get a little bit of air movement. I mean, they're near the car's main fan. I just have concerns about how hot the LEDs get because they're not designed for that space, you know? See so many people with at least one headlight out driving around my town at night. Oh man, your town's got to get their shit together. Yeah, no, I had a headlight go out one day, and I get the cops on my ass, so we have bored police around here, I guess. I mean, they were being nice. They just flashed their brights at me and kept going, but I was like, oh my God, I'm not speeding. But it wasn't that kind of a flash.
That's unexpected.
Talking. Illegal. Anyway, so yeah, I in order to address that problem, I think what I need to do is I think I need to tie down the lights, the light drivers in like a little, because there's like a little area that they're in right now, and I think I need to like make a 3D print thing, like a PETG thing, that's just gonna hold them in place. It gets hot in there though. I think PETG should be okay, but it gets hot in there. Maybe we need to make like a tester, like something that'll clip into part of the car and hold a weight and just see if anything happens to that, like during like in August. We can do that in August, and then it'll be super duper hot in that car. And we'll see how we'll see how a 3D print survives sort of adjacent to my headlight drivers. Because I would like to put a shitty computer fan in there just to make sure that air flows across it. But if there's already air flowing across, what's the point? All right, let's get started because I am again champing at the bit to get this fucking thing done. What happened, oh bother? Why? Just why? Why? What have you done to us? Chat, we're locked in here. Nobody's getting out until we finish this computer. That's not true. That's not true at all. I'm gonna work on this for a while today, and we will, if we need to, take a break. But I will be working on this today and tomorrow. So I gotta get this done because I gotta. Well, one, it feels like a part of you is missing when your computer doesn't work because we're all computer nerds and we all know what that's like. But the second part of it is that I want this done for Saturday so that I have a brand new computer to show off to my friends. All right, it's personally motivated. It's not like all of my motivations are noble. But anyway, I want to get this done. So if you guys want to hang out while we do this, I would appreciate you guys being around because I think that would be fun. I thought it would be a fun thing to do. And you guys are just here like giving me sass. Like, what the fuck? No, it's chat's been fine. I've been 3D printing my brains out over the past couple days. Are you sure that your friends will care? No. They will care if something goes wrong, and then I'll hear no end of it, because they have been nothing but negative about my movement to AMD, even though they didn't know me back when I was an AMD aficionado. I'm not going to say fanboy, but I did appreciate AMD very much back in the day. Back in the day when you took a pencil to it to unlock the processor, and then you had to put a shim on it so that you wouldn't crush your processor. AMD was great because they were a little bit more hardcore. They were a little bit less... They had the gloves off, basically. You could get away with a lot more with your AMD. It would get hotter, but that was cool. So who cares? The computer runs hot. Put more fans in it. All kinds of weird shit back in the day. And one thing that we can't even tie down and actually like confirm. There's one thing we can't confirm, and it's not me being insane. It was a thing back in the day. Back in my day, because I'm a billion years old, there was a computer processor cooler, CPU cooler, that was just a cube of aluminum that they drilled a bunch of holes in. They just Swiss cheesed it. It looked like one of my gauge blocks, my 1, 2, 3 blocks over there. It looked like that, but they were using it to cool off processors because you could put fans on the faces of it. And I think Asia Carrera, the porn star, actually endorsed that CPU cooler. But I can't find a single goddamn confirmation. I mean, Asia Carrera is known as being a gamer back in the day of like Tomb Raider 2, like back in the day, like when you guys were all playing on Nintendo. But I can't find any confirmations of the existence of that device. So anyway, I've been an AMD fanboy for some time. It didn't really make much sense to switch to them for a while, like especially upon getting back into building weirdo PCs like I love to do. This has been an evolution of design through the years. This started out as a home theater PC, and the home theater PC was built in this German-made home theater PC case, and it was built as such where it had heat sinks on either side, and those went to the main processor. And I got a comment when I was talking about it on Reddit, not this specific PC, right? It was something very similar to this PC that said, that would turn some heads if you could run games on it. And I'm like, you know, my Xbox is, I don't know about this Xbox thing. I don't think I'm gonna keep up with Xbox Live. I think I'm gonna move over to the PC again. This is like 10,000 years ago, right? And so, as such, I keep saying as such because I'm trying to sound official. Anyway, I installed like games on it, and I got the PC running, and then I started up, and the creepiest thing ever is starting up a PC that has no fans in it. It's really weird. It's really, really weird. But I started it up, and then it immediately failed. There was just way too much heat for it to run. It was unable to dump all that heat. The systems that you see that have no fans have big heat sinks on them. This had mid-sized heat sinks and a lot of heat pipes and stuff. But anyway, that didn't work out. So the thought was, how could I build the smallest possible PC that could run games? Well, that's where I came up with the system of having the 12-volt adapter as the power supply, specifically for the motherboard, for the various voltages that the motherboard needs. Motherboard doesn't need a shit ton of power. I mean, it needs enough for the processor, which is like, what, 60 watts or something? And then all the other peripherals get the lion's share. Actually, well, the lion's share goes to that's the wrong use of the term. Lion's share goes to the processor, which is like 60 some odd watts, and then everything else gets all that other wattage. Well, this little guy right here is worth 160 watts. So that even powers the balls to the wall 5950X, according to our calculations. Yeah, 105 watts, and then we get 60 watts for the rest of it. Now, we're going to run into some numbers issues on this thing. Mainly, the amount of heat from the 5950X is probably a little bit too much for this cooler. I don't know. We'll see how it goes, right? I might have problems. I might have to, and I'm fully accepting of the fact that I may have to throttle things back in order to get it to run properly. Now, if we want to get more wattage into this thing, I can add another power supply module. That's where this comes in. So that's how we're powering the motherboard. And I'd appreciate chat not constantly trying to poke holes in everything that I'm doing. Anyway, over here, because it really gets tiring. I'm not dumb, I know. And that's not to single you out, Nikolai, because I'm going to be getting this throughout the entire day today. It's just going to go crazy. Undervolting on an AMD CPU is the best thing ever. Is that sarcastic, or is that actually true? Yeah, we're going to get a lot of people who will state the obvious, like they thought of it first. That's actually true. Interesting. Well, might have to play with it. We might have to play with it. On the Ryzen models. Okay. All right. Well, we're gonna end up doing it. Anyway, so in the process of building the PC, I was like, all right, so let me put together this thing, and then I can use the car PC adapter to get 160 watts into the motherboard, right? Great. That's great. I just need 12 volts now. How much 12 volts do I need? Huh? I need that much 12 volts? And then I add to that a good graphics card. It wasn't this originally. Originally, I think it was an AMD. It was a blower card. And I was like, huh? How many watts do I need to power this fucking thing? So in the process of my old job, and that's the one that's listed down there. It's the one that everybody asks me about. Hey, can you make me a bomb? No, I can't. Why would you even ask that fucking question? Hey, what can you tell me about bombs? Nothing, because you don't have a security clearance and you don't have a need to know. Anyway, in the process of looking at a bunch of different technology that had been blowed up, I found these Vicor power supply modules. Now, that stands to reason that I would get sort of a glance at some military technology eventually, because they were blowing up military vehicles. Well, what we got was this really, really nicely built potted circuit. Potted meaning it had like a rubber material around it, and it looked really good, right? It was like, wow, this really, this is well built. What is this? We were able to actually go all the way to some of the data sheet, some of the marketing materials for these power supplies from the company called Vicor Power, and they had a picture of the circuit board just to show off their work. Because I mean, Jesus Christ, the thing was gorgeous. So I found these modules, and I'm looking around at them, and I'm like 25 amps for each of these modules. So basically what you need to do is follow the data sheet. You can go on their website and you can actually buy these modules direct. They have listings of what's available. Now, if you want a specific module, I think you have to be an OEM. So you have to actually be trying to build hundreds of things instead of just one prototype. My just one prototype, I wound up getting the right modules for. I got the 120 volts to 300 volt adapter. So I could actually take this thing overseas and just plug it in. It wouldn't matter. This is 120 or 240 or whatever volts. That thing converts the power to 300 volts DC. That 300 volts DC goes to both of these modules and this capacitor brick over here. This is in there for stability in case something weird happens with the power coming in. It needs to be able to do a little exchange in order to sort of smooth out the power that's coming out of it. Now, there's some local caps on this thing that also do that. But anyway, so all of that's worked out, and then the 300 volts DC goes to the two modules. The two modules communicate with one another in order to share the load, Mr. Frodo, of the rest of the PC. And the rest of the PC takes that 50 amps. Most of it goes to the graphics card, the remainder goes to the 160 watt motherboard. And that's been the scheme that I've used. It's just 12 volts going out to everything. And then all the computer manufacturers stole my idea for the next generation. They said, "Hey, why don't we just make everything 12 volts? You bunch of jerks." So anyway, we did a round of upgrades to this case. And what we did is we organized the wires a little bit. Now you can see I've got a riser card here, and I'm going to still be using this riser card. So here's another bottleneck, is that this is PCIe 4. This thing does not, I don't think this thing supports PCIe 4. It's not a new riser cable, but it is a nice riser cable. It's from 3M. Nobody else makes them to this quality. There's a whole listing of riser cables. My IRL friends are pretty much on my last nerve about this. Every time I mention a riser cable, they have a shit fit and decide to post the same chart of how many riser cables are not acceptable. Mine isn't on that chart. It's built to a different standard. It's 3M. It's actually a good product. So I'm still going to use the riser cable, and that might throttle back the processor or the CPU quite a bit. We need to disassemble this thing, and then we need to start assembling all the 3D prints that I've done of this. But that's a rundown of the system. That's what we're going to do. I'm going to assemble this. There's two things that need to be done. One is the part that holds down the front of the GPU. I specifically made a bracket in this system to hold down the GPU, and that's because this system travels. It gets run like this up on its side, and I need to make sure to hold on to this card. Otherwise, if it's able to flop around a little bit, it's going to break something inevitably. So the entire back of the card, in order to save space, has its own 3D print. That's not the strongest thing in the world, but that in conjunction with this makes it pretty nice. Works very well. New AMD drivers seem to make huge FPS leaps. Okay, cool. Well, yeah, because everybody is, yeah, it's the 3M, yes. We haven't even gotten to software yet. I'm excited to go over to fully AMD and just drop all the Intel. I'm excited about that. I think that's going to be kind of the cooler thing here. I redesigned part of the 3D prints. We're going to be dealing with that a lot today. A lot of this is going to be construction rather than software at the moment. Tomorrow we might do more it depends on how easily this go. Cannibal Jesus, thank you for the gift sub to Pseudo Memes. They will end up on the board eventually. I'm going to have a big list of names that needs to go on that board, huh? It's starting to scare me a little bit. I want to go full AMD next build. Yeah, we're going to see how much driver trouble I run into with this. But this is not your typical PC build. As the 1990s commercial music comes in, we get all the weird views. This is not your typical PC build. Anyway, no, this isn't your typical PC build because we're dealing a lot with 3D prints at the beginning of it. I want to put together all the hardware, and then we'll, without the lid on, we'll run everything else. I got a problem, chat. I got the problem. I'm gonna die. I've got a problem. We undersized the wires that went to the power brick, and I don't know if it's maybe because of power outages or something, but I have a concern about what's happening here. I have a concern. I have a grievance to submit to Oh Bother's Design. I have a grievance, and its name is Scorching. Its name is Scorching. I need larger wires on this. This is an unacceptable gauge. I thought we'd get away with it because of the heat management down here and the fact that everything is open, but this is a surefire sign that my silicon wires have gotten way too hot. Now, not significant enough to produce carbon scorching. This is, well, I don't know. I don't know if it's like burning dust or what, but we need, this is unacceptable. That can't be allowed, especially sitting on the back of carbon fiber like it is. So yeah, this is the cable management porn section, because like when you make your own cables for your computer build, I'm liking it. I'm liking it. Well, everything worked, but, and then in the future, if we get the chance, I would love to add one more wire coming out of this thing. Well, 3 wires, 12 volt ground, and then an analog. And I'd like to move that analog over to here. And here I would like to put something on those, what do you call them? The antique displays that we found the other day, because they're red. and AMD is Team Red, even though everything's black over here. I've spent the past 3 days feverishly printing absolutely everything I can get my hands on in order to produce red. No, not VFD. No. VFD is like bright. No. This would be three 7-segment displays that are kind of special. So I thought you were done with the PC upgrades. We never upgraded the PC. We upgraded the case. And so now we're moving over to red. Do a green. AMD is Team Green. No? Yeah, I gotta justify literally every word. Just every single... everything. And I just justify, because you fucking nerds are never satisfied. It really fucks with you after a little while. Welcome to the red team. So I don't see no green on this motherfucker. So we're not doing anything green. All right. How's the PC market at the moment? I don't know. Fuck off, nerds. Anyway, let's get this thing built, because I'm sick of dealing with you guys. No, yeah, listen. I don't... Look. It's not GIF. Just like it's not Oregon. You turn a light switch on. It's not Oregon. I don't care what the Oregonians say about that. Oregon. Just like it's aluminum and not aluminium. I don't see no extra syllables in there. And technically, if you want to actually be getting it right, it should be aluminum. So everyone's wrong. Everybody shut up. Couple things here. So, damn it. I dropped the first one of those. I've redesigned the entire case to use these screws. So I'm gonna try to lean towards these pecan. I'm gonna try to lean towards using these hex screws so that I need one screwdriver to take apart the whole thing. It's not exactly the most friendly thing in terms of PC building, but I don't have an IT guy, so I'm fine getting my own screwdriver every time. And here I am again, justifying literally everything that I'm doing. Okay, so we're gonna have a lot of these countersunk Makerbeam style screws on this thing. Yeah, this card is the 1080 FTW. It's from EVGA. I really like it. This thing has powered my PC for since 2017, which is insane. The last couple years, it's kind of been I'd like to say that it's been on life support, but it hasn't. It's been going strong. It's just that it should have been replaced long ago, but I just couldn't. Yeah, there's no... Anyway. So yeah, we got a lot of work to do. So let's just get started. Let's just jump in. Now, I've already transferred all of my games onto this drive over here, the new NVMe drive. And as far as I'm concerned, NVMe drives are where... I know you're a new viewer. It's highlighting your message. As far as I'm concerned, NVMe drives are where electricity goes to die. I do not understand how that thing could produce the amount of heat that I observed out of it. But I did a 1 terabyte, well, I did a very large transfer into it. And I plugged in, I just bought a USB 3 NVMe like caddy, right? And so I plug it in behind my computer where there's a little bit of airflow, right? It's not dead air. It's basically sitting right back here. And then this thing is blowing, well, that's actually blowing air out that way. There was a little bit of ambient air exchange in the back there, but I did that whole transfer, and when I got back to it and unplugged the thing was like molten. It's insane, the amount of heat that NVMe produces. Now, to go with the look a little bit better, you can see, maybe you can't, maybe chat can't see, because on my light over here. Hold on one sec. Get a cable out of the way. Cable out of the way. The steering wheel is on the other table today, which lends me a whole lot of extra space now. So we've got, and we definitely have our work cut out for us. At a certain point, I'm just going to be doing all of the hardware stuff. There's a lot to do. Where's the RGB? I was thinking about doing a little bit with LEDs on this and maybe on the future one, but I haven't really gotten to it. We have two things that we need to do, two concerns. One of them is that the height of the motherboard as per the I/O back panel, and I might need to adjust that. We're going to have to jump into Fusion 360 in order to do that. And then the other thing is the precise location of the front of the graphics card versus where the screws are that come from underneath, because I have to design that bracket. So, but anyway, this guy right here, they make water cooling blocks for NVMe drives now. I believe it, man. I'm tempted to use one on whenever I go water cooling. By the way, I have all the parts to water cool this. I could water cool this if I wanted to. I have the space in the radiators. That's the only problem. And then I'd probably need to put another one in there. Doesn't the RTX 3090 performs better? Yeah. Yeah. All right. So anyway, those two concerns we'll get to. Yeah, some of the 3D things that I've been working on are a water cooler for the power supply, and then a water cooler, well, the adapter for this so we can put it in the streaming PC. But I would love to do a water cooled build. It's going to be much larger than this. Water cooling would bump this up an entire like size. It would basically be the size of a briefcase. I might as well put a handle on the side of it, which I'm tempted to do. Make like a cool fold-out handle on the front. But I would have to fully redesign the power supply, and that would take months. Like fully redesign, like make it use 3 modules instead of 2, and that I'm not going to bump it out horizontally. I'd have to bump it out to the side, and that would just be crazy. But then I could have some of this space would be reservoir, pump, and power supply. So Zalman Resonator Tower? What is that? Is that the fanless thing? No. All right, let's get into this before everybody's trying to show off what they know about computers, and I don't care. I don't care about computers, chat. I just want to build this one. All right, so yeah, and like further questions about, you know, you should have done this or why didn't you do this? I didn't do it. You know, that's it. That's all I got for you. So let me get the new hardware so we can at least bask in its glory while we do the rest of this build. And then I'll grab some of the 3D print stuff over here. Also, that new Mitutoyo feel. Oh, ooh, ooh, uh-huh. Yes. Look at that. Oh my God. All day I could do this. All day. Beautiful. Anyway, new Mitutoyos. Worth every penny. Every penny. All right, so back over to computer. Let us get some of this stuff over here. Here's some of the parts that I've been 3D printing. And then we got this thing over here. It's currently got the old backplate on it. You can see, I don't know who designed the location for these holes, but they were not sober. These are in weird spots. I finally figured out where they were, but it took like 10 to 15 prints. And then of course this I got on the front. We got something special for that, by the way. Yeah, this is the 6900 XT. Did you know that the XR series came out yesterday or the day before? I do, because they sent me an email. Said, hey, thanks for buying the top of the line graphics card. Here's the new top of the line graphics card. All right. All right, thanks. Thanks, guys. Caliper sales doubled. Yeah, so this is the red, and this is how the red turned out. Now, cameras struggle with reds, at least these do. I don't know if I like the shiny look. The shiny look was a utility. It allowed me to get this stuff printed in time. I think I like the shiny top layer look a little bit better than the shiny layer look. Just wait for the new card to come out. No, that just happened. It just happened, but apparently the performance numbers are not that striking, so So, I mean, the color is okay. It's borderline pink. It looks a little bit more red in person, but it's like a weird kind of red. This is a translucent Polymaker filament. It's okay. I don't want the pink in there. The pink is a result of just the optics. It's just the thinner layers putting a little bit less red on things. So this is why I wanted this to be the top layer, because this has more of a red look to it, but this prints better like this. So anyway, this is the top deck. Oh yeah, and I need 4 of the clasps for this thing. 4 of the little clasps. Where'd those go? I need the ones that aren't chamfered. Grab them over here and get started. Oh yeah, and I need screws. Lots and lots of screws. Those are gonna come out of here. Presumably we'll have enough. I've bought enough of these corner kits for the Makerbeam stuff that I think I've got enough of the countersunk screws, but we'll have to see. So part of our job today is to convert all this stuff over to the red print. And the other part is to design those little extra things. So today is more of a hardware day than anything else, but it should be fun. It should be fun. Now I might have to get my drill with the countersink in order to properly open these guys up. Let me see if I can get a pair of pliers in there and kind of like pull this out. No, I have no plans to get a resin printer. It's too sloppy. What I'm gonna get is a hole punch. It's just like a pin driver that I can put through that hole, and it'll be precisely the size of the hole, and it'll punch out some of that 3D material. Push comes to shove, we'll just use a countersink, and I'll just use the drill in order to punch out those holes, because those have support material on them, but the support material is so sticky that I might as well have printed it without that. But if I did print it without that, it might have failed in some of the aspects of the print. It's a trade-off. It's either pull the support material from the entire ridge, and then it's just a big mess, or I can do this and try to punch the material out with one of my beautiful start punches. Which one to use? 3mm. I don't think that one is. Let's see here. That one looks about right. Probably not. I think that's a little too big. Yeah, it's just one size too large. Yeah, so with the simulator stuff, I guess I've got a couple tricks up my sleeve to try. Hopefully I can get that working. I'm not sure. It's kind of a challenge, right? This punch is too small, though, isn't it? We're trying to do this, basically. I mean, that's like, it's about the size. All right, let's try it. Oh, yeah, that punched right out. That popped it right out. Perfect. Good to have a good set of punches, chat. You may not think you need them. But when you do, you do. Look at that, I can just vet out all these. I hope the screws actually stick to those. If it's jumping through that, I'm a little concerned about that. We might have to use like glue or something. Maybe a little plumber's tape to kind of bust out the parts that the threads are going to have to actually jump into. Yeah, see that I've done a little bit of work on the what do you call it? Support settings on my printer. I've enhanced the distance by a little. Oh, that's a little sloppy right there. Well, hopefully that gets around it. I can cut that with a knife if I need to. But yeah, doing a little bit of the separation settings. Yeah, we're back to this. We're back to this with the original intention of it, which was me skipping through fields going la-di-da, I'm gonna order a graphics card and it'll be so easy. Wow, it'll be so easy. I'll just get a graphics card. Here we are 2 years later, returning to this build as I originally intended it to be, an actual upgrade instead of just a lateral move. All right, let's get the punches out of the way. I just need to remember to put that back with the kit. I don't want to misplace any of these punches. I spent money on that. And they're great tools to have around. If you have a pin in something and you absolutely definitely need it to be removed, that's where that comes in. All right, let's get the old one out of here. Bada bing. Bada boom. I don't know if the new chat's reading the title. We're ready for what I mean when I say I'm building a PC. It means something else around here. It doesn't mean just seating a motherboard. It means reinventing the entire goddamn wheel. All right, Phillips head. We're gonna have a lot of spare screws left over. I don't need to remove the corners. I just need to get this stuff off of here. I can collect screws later. I don't need to do a full rebuild of the whole framework. As long as I can just peel this stuff out and away, I'll be happy, and that's all that I need. I just need this grating because it's a pain in the ass to build again. It's really annoying to put that back together. All right, so that's that out of the way. Now we gotta figure out what's going where. So we've got top pieces and bottom pieces that interlock. I can put the corner fasteners in right now, which are just going to be these little countersunk hex screws. Kudos on the 5950X. It's quite the CPU. I'm excited about it. Hope I can utilize it properly. Yeah, son of a bitch. So this would be the portion where, fuck, it doesn't fit at all. I would need to downsize the holes and reprint the parts. Oh, wait, no, I'm looking at the wrong... Oh, dumb. Hold on. Wait a minute. Yeah, the fastener barely pokes into the bottom piece. Okay, that grips. Thank the Jeebus. Holy shit. I was gonna have a little fit if we had to start printing again. I was gonna have a streamer moment. 5800 and 3D rules. I don't know nothing about nothing, chat. I just wanted to build a cool system. That's going to be a look. So I went with a darker color red and then a light screw instead of a black screw on it. Now the black screw would have looked good though. But I think this will, this will unify the type of fastener and it'll make this panel pop a little bit more. So we'll see. This is a Noctua, yeah. It's a Noctua, but it's one of the redesigns because everybody bitched at Noctua to the point where they finally listened and said, you know what? Maybe we should throw some dye in with the plastic. So they finally capitulated to the internet's crying, and no longer do we know a man, yes, a man of culture when we see somebody with these hideous fans in their build. What is power boost? Yeah, if I leave that off. Well, that's, listen, guys, you guys are all trying to vet this out. We kind of did this song and dance. We've done this before. So I'll have to, when we set up the motherboard, that's where all this is going to come into handy. All your guys' nitpicking, I'm going to appreciate when we're setting up the motherboard. That's going to be the important part. These do not look as good as the old. In my mind, there's a lot of imperfections in these. And I'm here to defeat imperfection. It's unacceptable. $250 watts is outright for this fucking... that ain't gonna fly unless it's drawing it directly from the 12-volt bus. If it draws it from the 12-volt bus, that'll be okay. I think. Like, if it draws it from the GPU power, I think that comes directly off of the, I think it still has to go through that connector, though. I think it still has to go through that connector. No, I don't think you understand. Like, it needs to not spike with a lot less than that. Oh, boy. I'm fucked. This computer is going to die. Anyway, we'll see. We'll see how it goes. Like, you should be fine. It shouldn't get near 5,000 watts. And I'm like, I have 1,000 watts. I can't do anything above that. Everything will explode. And then I'll cry. I know, you know, put your rubber where your mouth is, right? Wait, what? It's a B550 Strix. Gaming. I'm a gamer. I got a gaming motherboard. It says gamer on it. Gamer. All right, so let's see here. Clasps. I guess I can put one on each of these right now. That's the wrong type. There's two types. One of them has a little chamfer on it because the power supply had to stick out a little bit. B550-I gaming. ROG Strix. I don't know what I don't fucking know about power phases and shit, man. I don't. Well, I look like an engineer. Jesus Christ. All right, let's see. That goes in there like that, but this needs to be filed down a little bit. I need a little bit of clearance on that. It doesn't quite look right, so I'm gonna get my file, and probably to be nice to the computer, we'll bring it over here a little bit, right? Yeah, the Mini ITX is full of gamer bullshit. I just want a minimal motherboard. I don't need a lot of weird features on it. You know, if it's got two hard drive slots, I'm good to go. Power grayscale through a janky adapter. Yeah, there we go. The power of gaming. The power of gaming and anime on my side. I am indestructible. All right, let's do that. Let's do one of these. Yeah, they're not going to quite fit right. They're going to look a little weird. Well, I can give that a little bit more of a... So these are like directly off the 3D printer, so they need a little bit of help looking right. I think on the last build, what I did is I built a rig for sanding these so that they were all nice and even, but we're not going to have that. So it might need a little tuning after the fact, but just for the sake of moving along, I am going to just put them together with just a minimal amount. Yeah, they don't do a ton of USB, but that's what hubs are for. And that's the wrong kind of fastener. Okay. It would be nice for it to be primarily USB. I think what I did is I set up the mill with my grinding thing on it. And it had just enough clearance for the little end of the arm to go through, and then I'd send them through and sand them down, basically. That look pretty cool, I hope. God damn, does this thing stick up though? Well, that's okay. It can be a little jank today, just because we're just putting it together, right? It's only just getting together. This thing has a reboot button on the back that I hope I don't need. You always hope. The when you print over supports with PETG, it's such a melty plastic that you do need to have some separation, and I need to have so much separation that when I print over supports, it makes all my measurements off. I had no choice in this case but to do it this way. Maybe. It's possible that I could redesign it in the future so that it would do a little bit better, but it is what it is for now, you know? Just got to deal with it. I made a bunch of decisions along the way. Here's where we ended up. Nap fan. Man, I'm a fan of Nap fan. Saying, hello. How's it going? Thank you for subbing for 4 months. I appreciate that quite a bit. We'll eventually get you up on a board of some sort. Once we can free up the project queue a little bit, I can work on Burn the Subs again, taking all the lessons of all the stuff that we're working on now and applying them. Now, this one has a cut right here. Has a cut, and that's to clearance the heat sink for the power supply. So that means that this is this corner. If there is a taper, there's no taper. So it is the front left corner. So that's our front left corner right there. Now, I believe that this is the way that this goes. Yeah, for the front left corner. I'm just going to work through it this way. And this should pinch the grating just a little bit. What it does is it allows the grating to sit in plastic, and then it doesn't rattle around. So, I liked the orange. Well, I hate you. Look, man. We got to go red. It had to happen. Otherwise, I was going to use that blue. And that blue is gorgeous, but... The blue is gorgeous, however... We got to go red. It's an AMD build. You know, you got to play into the marketing a little bit sometimes. For fun. You guys remember fun? Of course you don't. Your chat. Oh man, this is where it gets annoying. I got to align all this stuff and get the bolt through. There we go. And I got to find a bolt too. I should have a ton of these countersunk pieces though. Yeah, well, no, that's on the Discord. You're not allowed to have fun. That's in the rules. I explicitly state. Fun is anathema. We're gamers. We're not here to have fun, all right? You guys got that? You should feel that in your soul. Your gamer soul. I guess I could heat up the fasteners and then they would, they'd make their own clearance. Is it even, like, in there? No, it's not. I gotta get that. As this thing goes together, it gets easier to build, but these initial stages are annoying, to say the least. Is this a project kit? All right, what's the deal? I might need to file something down. Hold on. These are the same files that I had on the previous one. It's just yeah, this can't seem to get close enough. All right, why can't it get close enough? Let's get this off of there. I don't see anything overrunning. I think maybe it's just the fitment is so tight that... All right, let's try that again. Oh, no. Oh, well, that was a drop. That's going to happen quite a bit today, given the hardware that we're working with. You guys agreed to the toss before you came in here, right? Imaginary terms of service. Dust off the old drop counter. It's not that old. We used it lately. You just haven't been here. Fatanon doesn't have object permanence. Wait, that's the wrong screwdriver. All right, come on, you bastard. I don't need none of this today. You go there. That's your home. It's like they're different lengths, but I know they're not because I designed them all in the same program. Hoping to do a lot more LAN parties before the pandemic. You and me both. You and me both. There's like, I don't think there's much overrun. This should fit. I just don't understand why it's not. I just think it's because maybe if I loosen the other one, it'll give me a little wiggle room. That's all we need, chat, is just a little wiggle room. I think. No? Are you really? Oh, wow, now they're both unfastened. What the fuck is going on here? It's fucking with me. Stop fucking with me. It's just an alignment issue. There we go. Now that everything's aligned. But like, look at that. Look at that happening. Why is that happening? Is that a design issue? That should not be happening. I think it's more of an alignment issue, but like that shouldn't be popping up. This is, since I'm dealing with countersunk screws, they're trying to align everything to where the countersunk screw is. If I got one of my dimensions off, which I don't think I did, you know, they're all using the same screw holes and stuff. It's just, yeah, if something's off by a bit, it's going to cause this kind of issue. The other screws did not have this much wiggle room either. Unless it's those two butting up against one another. Maybe it's just the... Okay, hold on. Oh, where did that go? It's somewhere inside of here. Okay, I'll find it later. All right. Oh, yeah, look at that. There's like a... It's like a significant overrun right there. Why is that? That's like a millimeter. Yeah, parts are a little bit cursed. I mean, they're... The difference between... Okay, hold on, sorry. Ah, my fucking back! I have a... one of my back muscles is cramping for no reason today. I don't understand. There's like a whole millimeter extra on this piece. Is there going to be a piece that isn't quite the right length? Is this one further backwards? No, it's like an entire... And it's only on this one. Let's look at the files. I'm going to look at the files. Yeah, the cough, I think the cough's almost 100% gone. I've been coughing a little bit, but it's not been that much of a thing. I mean, everybody who's giving me all the unsolicited medical advice, oh, it's definitely, it's something in the Jupiter's wobbling, or, you know, like, oh, it's histamine response. It's this, it's that, the other thing. No, I left my window open for a night, and nobody takes that as the reasoning. They always think you've got the wrong reasoning, and their personal reasoning is why you have the cough. And it's like, no, I left the window open, and my body decided to make more phlegm than was necessary for a couple days. And so now I'm almost over it, and it wasn't, there's still, everything is covered in pollen. Like... Moon wobbles. Yeah, something. I don't know. Now, we're not going to, like, do reprints. I'll just modify the prints that I have. I just want to see what happened here. Because that's a weird issue. That's like a full millimeter off. So, I don't know what's going on. So, that would be... Get rid of all the clasps. We'll look for any Z fighting. Now, I printed out the reinforced ones, which have this extra little bit here, as opposed to the previous design, which had it cut pretty sharp. No Z fighting, though. Yeah, nobody's fighting. What if I unview this guy and where's the other unenforced one? Yeah, this one. View those. See if our lines match up over here. Those match up. Why would it be a different length? Those match up just fine. I mean, it's off by so much that it seems like not right. Strange. All right, well, because like I'm looking at this part and it's like clearly overhanging. Like the holes don't even match up. So maybe that's like leaning, it's not leaning forward over, it's leaning forward a little bit. Is the hole off? What's going on here? Yeah, I don't... What are you talking about? Thermal cycling. This is the outer enclosure. That's all I got. I can just file it down. I can't explain why the holes are off by as much as they are. I mean, the screw holes are a little bit discombobulated, but for some reason, it's like an entire millimeter over to the left. I don't know if that's something... I mean, these... Yeah, they line up pretty well. It might have been a little bit of misprinting. Or maybe I just need to fucking force it over. Okay, so like that. And then this would be... Oh, are these the wrong ones? That could also be it. But I mean, that overlap was pretty significant. If this is the opposite corner. So that one's actually the opposite corner. This is the one that goes here. So then this one does not line up like that, which means that it is the next one over. It is a cut here. It is cut right there. And then it is tapered here and here in order to fit the graphics card. So this is the one that goes in the back deck. Now, there might need to be reprints, right? Given all that I've developed and printed and assumed would be correct the first time, there's very likely going to be things that will need to be adjusted and reprinted. But... Golden age of LAN party. Yeah, no, everybody was like, everybody was carting around CRTs. Now the computers are like super light. Still don't have a lot of LAN parties going on, huh? Well, has it really been over a year? Yikes. I've printed parts that have gone into my friend's car, like to hold his radio up in his truck, and those are PETG, and that was more than a year ago. So we've had several summers since then, and everything's been fine, perfectly fine. Yeah, that's overlapping. I feel. I think maybe it's the screw over here that's messing with it. Yeah, it is a custom PSU made out of Vicor power supply modules. They're a particular brand of power supply, and they're military kind of deals. Yeah, you always got to do a little, like, if you don't want your design to be iterative, it doesn't have to be, but it's eventually gonna be, because you're gonna need to reprint stuff. That's just the way of the world. Unless I put an incredible amount of wiggle room in every single part. I still have my 20-inch CRT with BNC connectors. Oh my god. Good lord. I got a problem with the power supply today. I'm letting everything discharge here, but we've got scorching from the wires. That's not good. We need to remake that cable, and we'll do that in a little bit here. We'll get all the other hardware together, get stuff pseudo plugged in, but then I really need to go to probably one size up, and then we'll observe it in a little bit and see what happened. Because I don't know if maybe like a power outage or something, or maybe the weirdness of the power around here affected that in such a way as to cause issue. It's not good, though. It's very scary to see that kind of scorching on the silicon jacketed wires. I intentionally chose them because they can handle a lot of extra current. The previous versions of them did do a little bit of scorching, but that's because they were not silicon jacketed wires. And the connector itself was in kind of a sorry state because it was under voltaged. It's undercurrented rather. It's not good enough for that job. I may have to get an like an XT60 plug or an XT33 pin to go there. Yeah, I remember those CRTs with all the different BNC plugs on them. Those are wild. You'd screw up, plug it in the right one, and everything would look crazy. All right, so there we go. That's fitting together now. Just needed a little bit of TLC. That's going to be very red. I'm excited to see what this thing looks like. All right, so the notch is here and here. We have built this section. So I guess we can build the next section separately. And we just need to be cognizant of any of these edges not meeting up. If they don't meet up, we gotta alter them. And then I need to flatten this piece. I do think I remember flattening these on the milling machine because I was able to have that flat cutting disc, and I took it down to the height, and then I could slide these things in place and get them all uniform. We ain't got time for that right now because unfortunately the purchase of this card, which if I had waited until now, I could have gotten the what is it, the RT series or something like that. They just released it. Now there's the 6950. I got a 6900. I feel robbed. I feel robbed. No, we don't need the cutting edge. We've already got good enough. This will be great. This thing will work for a billion years. You guys will never have to see, you naysayers, you doubters in chat, will never have to see this computer again. Though, actually, when I redesign my desk, I will have the ability to have this computer, you know, displayed for everybody to see when we go to the face cam. I'm a big fan of the orange. The red's looking sharp as well. I think the orange doesn't quite do justice to the clear anodization on the rails. If I still was using the black rails with the orange and the black grating and the black screws, it would look choice. But this shade of orange, not deep enough. I wanted deep blue. Deepest bluest, my head is like a shark's fin, or deep red. But I'm not getting as much deepness out of the red. The blue is incredibly deep. It either looks like gloss, like it's either got this like emerald sheen, or it's just this almost purpley blue. And I love that. But we're not using it. We're not using it, unfortunately. Those two. This one needs a little bit of filing to be flat. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the orange, too. It's just too light. Too light for the build. I was going to keep it and have it be behind blue and just keep with the orange and blue motif. But we're going red. It's going to be red and black. Just because AMD's branding dictates it. Even though they're not paying a cent for this build, AMD. Hey, AMD people, AMD employees in the chat. Cut me a check. Yeah, there are compact PSUs that I could possibly look at and or buy for this machine. When I built this, those didn't exist. They didn't exist. You just simply could not fit a miniature PSU into a computer. So it's possible that I wouldn't have to spend months redesigning a thing in order to get a proper PSU in this thing if I need more watts. Damn it, that is slipping completely. All right, how can we get more grip on this screw? I think what I can do is take a pin tool and sink it nearby, and that'll just move some of the plastic in the way. I take something with like a big spike on it. What do I have that has a big spike on it? Here's an awl. That's way too strong for this thing, but... just sink a little hole nearby, and hopefully that pushes enough plastic in the way. I'll do 2 of them. And that'll push the material into the oversized hole until I can, you know, print out everything properly. I didn't check this. Yeah, okay, there we go. No, that's not a lot. That didn't do a lot. There's still not the material there for it to sort of grip. That'll just have to be a slightly dodgy screw, I guess. We've all been there. Let's see if we can get that one in like that. Oh, that's the wrong one. Wait, it needs to go. Hold on. I need to be making the long axis. Oh, this one goes here. Herp derp derp der. Yeah, this is another one where the holes seem like they're off, but I think it's actually this fastener back here that's pushing it over to the side. Very strange. But, I mean, you know, these are long distances. My 3D printer is dimensionally very accurate. I've kind of put it to the test over the years. So, I think this is purely a mechanical thing that's happening with the different rungs of this not meeting up. Now, once I get this together, you know, we'll be done with it. So, I'll never have to deal with it again, unless it explodes on the car ride over to my friend's house. Oh, man. So, yeah. How about those computers that everybody loves? You guys like computers? You ever build one? You ever put together a computer? We're tapping into that side of Twitch today. People who make computers. So they might not be as tuned in with the nature of the hardware streamer. Wow, that's way off. Hold on. That's really bad. That's a pretty bleak outlook. What's up, Talsbad Kidney? You'd throw it in the bin if it wasn't something that makes you money? I like computers. I like building them. That's why I'm here. We're having fun. What's the motivation for this build? Yeah, good question. So that should be a little flatter. That'll work better. Where'd the clasp go? Oh, there it is. It's still attached to the screwdriver. No, it's I don't know, man. It's complex motivations. I've been trying to build a new computer for quite some time. The 1080 FTW and Intel whatever the fuck combo that I've got sitting over here is getting old. It's not old. It still runs everything just fine. It's threatening to get old. So I decided to rebuild it a long time ago. And, you know, what was I going to do? Well, I didn't want to do Intel again. I've been building Intels for a while. Wanted to go with something a little different, so I decided to go AMD. What in the fuck? Wait a minute. What the? Is that just an angle thing? Why is there like a millimeter of space on this? Are these like... They can't... No. Hold on. Wait a minute. Why are they off like that? They're off by like a millimeter. But this thing is very specifically designed. What the If I measure from here to here, Fusion puts a straight line in between them. There's 0 degree angle. 342 with 0 degree angle. If I go from here, hold on. Here, 280 angle. Well, no, if I do XYZ delta. Yeah, see, there's no Z delta. Wait, why is there a height difference? Did I click on the wrong dot? Yeah, I clicked on the wrong dot, I think. No. Why would there be a height delta? There are no deltas. Yeah, same Z. No deltas. So why am I running into this then? Where there's like extra space on some of these. Used to build computers professionally. Well, yeah, it's always tough to make your passion into your job. Gotta keep it fresh. Gotta keep happy. Okay, I don't get it. I do not get it. I do not get it. These things are fitting together, but they've got like extra space where there shouldn't be. Let's keep moving. Keep moving, right? I gotta keep moving. I gotta keep building this. Yeah, if I wasn't doing a custom frame, this would be built with probably an old case. I'd probably use like an E-machine case or something. Just something whimsical to make kind of a cool weirdo build. Of course, then I could use a normal power supply and we wouldn't be here all day. But we've got to deal with the weird power supply. We have to deal with a little bit of the scorching on the wires of the weird power supply. That's something that has me worried. I think if we put bigger wires on it, they won't heat up as much, but I'm still back of the mind kind of concerned. Back of the mind. You know it, I know it. Do the American people know it? I don't know. That's gonna... that's not even... Hold on. Well, once we get it in the frame, it'll probably be a little bit more stable. All right, so that needs to go into this frame with the grid. And then we can finish putting it all together. And we'll finally have our top panel and our first sample of what this thing is going to look like. So this right here is facing up. And we got the two cuts here. This goes like this. Straight into them. Damn it. And it's still going to rattle around, but it'll be a little bit more stable with the frames around it. And we can see what that fitment is all about. And the reasons that it's not fitting properly. All right, like that. Actually, I might need to put it all on the thing in order to fit it in. I forget how we did this last time, but it's kind of like, hey, why do you do anything? Streamer, why'd you get out of bed this morning? Like, man, I don't gotta tell you. Yeah, so we gotta kind of just like fit this back together because it's gonna be a little stretchy. A little stretchy. A little hoggy. This is a very strange build, but I mean, I wouldn't have it any other way. Explain everything. I'm confused. I actually got to bed at... No, you know what? No, I didn't. I meant to get to bed at a reasonable time. I don't know why I don't know what I was doing up late. I had the best intentions. See, this one keeps slipping, and it's because these aren't very supported all the way out here. And this one is half coming apart as well, just because of the... I think I need to reprint the bottom pieces and give them a much more narrow gap on the fastener hole. Much more narrow gap on the fastener hole, and that way it'll all lock in a little bit better. But we'll deal with it the way it is, because I don't want to... I mean, if I start reprinting it now, we'd be done in like an hour. These take like each of these sections take like an hour to print. I mean, all of the bottom pieces and all of the top pieces, about an hour. With my printer settings the way they are. Why aren't you fitting? Oh, do we have this in the wrong spot? No, I don't think so. I should just, like, click in. All said and done. But I may have to cut that. Why is everything all topsy-turvy right now? I feel like some dimension wasn't, there's some solution to this that I'm not seeing, and it's bugging me. I think maybe it needs to push down a little further. Yeah, that's what it is. This whole thing, a little bit off. See if I can get most of this in, and then I can... Ah, son of a bitch. Okay. Lab Gopher? What the hell's that? Does it just help you put together like a home lab setup? Jeez. This is a mess. This is a mess. That's what happens when you don't get the opportunity to do the tweaking that you wanted to do. Oh, I see. That needs to fit in under that. That one's one of the ones that actually is sitting properly. There we go. All right, a couple little growing pains on this one. Didn't exactly design this for the technician to be able to operate properly. Should be kinder to that technician that has to build all the stuff that I design. That guy's a dick. I don't like him. All right, who's still not fitting into place properly? It's like up here, bending. Who's doing this to me? Stop messing with me. Now, so that right there is not, for some reason, fully fitting together. I think it's like right here. I need to snip it a little bit. Probably means it's not going to look right when I'm done. Why would it need to be snipped? Shouldn't. Oh no, it's because it's not fitting in over here. Okay, hold on. I've got like systemic fitment problems. I think when I put this thing together the last time, we put it together flat, and then I put the thing on top of it. CosmoQuest, hey, how's everybody doing? We're building a computer, and that is to say, it's not exactly what Twitch thinks building a computer is. It's a little bit different around here when we build a computer. We are building a computer from parts. I have these industrial power supply modules, what allow me to get quite a bit of current out of my PSU. Well, it's a custom P. It's not actually. Anyway, point is, I got a bunch of new hardware because it finally came in stock, and I was finally able to actually buy stuff. And so we're putting it together now, having fitment issues, which is typical. These are normal. This is all normal. But, yeah, that's where we're at. How you guys doing? Hope everything is well over there. Strange. I think maybe I need to allow more space for... Well, this thing should move down more. I think that's the problem with it. Maybe I need to flip this whole thing around. Where's the... Oh, this whole thing needs to flip this way. I see good hardware. I raid. Hell yeah. We got a 5950X, which is going to be, unfortunately, I don't think I have enough power for it. No, I might have enough power, barely, but everything's a little bit over-spec'd for what we have, and so it'll be kind of interesting when it all goes together. I'll have to see what happens here. I may have to undervoltage some stuff. But thank you guys. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out with me. I would be doing this alone and not streaming if it weren't for the fact that I enjoy sharing my projects with people. The ups and the downs, mostly the downs. There's going to be a lot of annoying stuff happening today. So we'll see what we can do here. If I can properly build this whole thing. It's not like I haven't already. I'm literally looking at the entire build. But yeah, anyway. So what's going on? What's going on? So I hear that James Webb guy is all up to spec now. We got full functional operation of it and everything. Or everybody's in alignment. Everybody's neutral good. Chaotic evil. They're in their lane. I believe in you. Thank you. I believe in me too. This should be fine. We'll get this together. All right, now that I've actually put that thing in the right orientation, this is really bugging me. Let's see if I can't loosen it up a little bit and tighten it down. Okay, there's a bolt stuck to my... Oh, God. Okay, all right. Now this slides into place. And it's going to be a total mess when it does, but once I get all the fasteners in here, it should be a nice, stable guard for your finger poking. Hello, there we go. Slides on in, all the way down to there. And everything's still messed up. Not really. Just needs a little bit of coaxing, a bit of coaxing. Yeah, it's still like busting it out for some reason. I don't know why the other one was totally fine, and this one for some reason is pressing in a direction that it shouldn't be. And so I can correct that by snapping away some stuff. Or I could just try to... No, because it's all distorted and stuff. Why is it all distorted? Oh, man. It's a matter of this thing fitting in down there. Again. Yeah, I think maybe this needs to press down a little bit. What if I loosen these a little bit? Oop. We got a geometry problem. That's our first major issue. With the first thing that I decided to put together, huh? Should have done one of the side panels. It would have been much easier, but I wanted to get an overall idea of what we were looking at. Well, I can put the other stuff aside and we could just, like, lay this thing out. Because it feels like, this whole thing needs to move down towards me. And I think that then creates enough room for this stuff to exist. Because it's not, this isn't pushing down far enough either. That's sort of where we are with this. It's just kind of like everything needs to move a little bit, and then it'll all fit into place. That, or maybe the sizing that I did originally was off. Let me see if I can get the top bar on. But that's going to distort it. Look at how it distorts. A twist thing? It's not a twist thing. There. That one goes there. And these go there. Yeah, we're gonna have to take this from square one because this isn't going together properly, and I don't like it. These will be a lot. The other pieces will be a lot faster. So let's see. We'll flip this up on its face. And that can hang out like that. And it'll just be part of our backdrop. And I need to make room for this. And we need to put the frame back together. And this time I will have none of the fasteners in. There we go, just like that. So let's bring this out. This back in. And I'll use those screws that I put aside. We're viewing this from the top down. This back in. This is what I'm talking about today. It's going to be a little bit of this before we actually get to the computer stuff. When we get to the computer stuff, we're going to hit it hard. I mean, there's going to be a lot of cool stuff to do when we start working with this AMD hardware. I'm excited about that, but this is the bread and butter part. This is the part where I am really looking forward to seeing what this computer looks like when we get it all together. But we need to make sure that we do good by the hardware that I've got and not start a fire. Like this thing almost did. Apparently there's a lot of exchange of electrons between some of these parts, so I need to make sure that we're not pushing the envelope a little too far. The envelope is fairly malleable, but it's not as malleable as I think I gave it credit for being, so... Yeah, they were my choices, I know. And I know it'll also frustrate you if I don't get your reference, which is why I'm intentionally getting it wrong and saying, I know that chat didn't start any of the fires, because they were my choices, the choices that I made in the build. I wish I had sized these holes correctly. That would have saved me a lot of trouble. It's always nice when your fasteners actually, like, grip stuff. So I got to take these all the way apart. I don't know what happened with the sizing of them. I don't know what's going on with that. It seems just like weird stuff is going on. And it might be the print. It also just might be these countersunk screws are a lot less. They don't have that wiggle room that you kind of want in a build like this. They don't give you that little bit of wiggle room. Because they're countersunk screws. They don't like, you know, they like to be exactly in position. But the pan heads didn't have wiggle room either, so maybe it's a matter of the corners getting into the right places. We'll take a look. I mean, the grid panel is easy for me to manipulate. I can do a lot of stuff with that. And I don't want to be careful about pulling that out. It'll break if I'm not careful. But yeah, the whole look of the case is basically countersunk stainless steel screws with either carbon fiber or 3D print. And so with the light and the dark, I think this will look really good. Am I the only one in chat? Are there chat issues right now? I would assume there are. That or chat is dead because I've finally told everybody I know what I'm doing. Chat's finally dead. Streamers rejoice. Yeah, see, these panels fit. What the hell was going on before then? I did it. I finally killed chat. I'd like to thank the Academy and Twitch who really made this happen. The other thing, oh boy, the other thing that I'm a little nervous about is whether or not the plastic is going to allow the graphics card to fit properly. Now, by all means it should, but I don't know how far I can trust that 3D model that I got. Okay, so. Yeah, Team Red. Yeah, I didn't know about the Team Red stuff until I opened up the 6900 XT, which I didn't have power when I did that. The power was dead because we were getting a new generator installed. And Lord knows, maybe some of you know too, that I need a generator here because I don't get good power. Funny how this fits now. Perfectly. I had to buy red filament specifically for this build just so that I could do the Team Red nonsense. But Team Red, I guess that's what they do. That's their marketing. So we're doing it. We're doing a Team Red build. I went all in on the AMD. Oh, so here's a bit of the problem. Ah, wait a minute. So it doesn't this goes right up to the edge. It doesn't actually fit. It's lies. It's full of lies. All of it is just lies. So I need to clip one of the dimensions of this. And it looks like this one down here. The one closest to me, I've got to clip. I got to cut it a little bit shorter. Not so short that it doesn't match up, but yeah, I think the darker color rather than the lighter orange works with the clear anodization a lot better. Try not to send these into the stratosphere. I'm going to be finding these for months. I need to get the garbage bin. But yeah, the red and the, lights and darks contrasting, That's what it's all about kind of with stuff like this. It's like when people buy car wheels and they buy black wheels for their black car. That doesn't really work that well. You need a light and dark contrast. And that's all preferential. Obviously, people like different stuff. They're allowed to. Oh boy, I'm gonna have to grab that. These are going every direction but in the bin. I have to get close to the bin. You guys aren't allowed to see what's in my garbage. You're already perverted enough as it is. I don't know if this cut's gonna look good. I'm basically just snipping off the bottoms of all of these hexagons. Yeah, they're hexa-offs. They're hexagon, if you know what I mean. These are not going in the garbage bin. I'm very mad at that. I went to all the trouble of getting the garbage bin over here. I'm listening to them ricochet off of stuff everywhere in the shop. Goddamn snips. Flesh-cutting little bastards. I have to use the bathroom in a minute, too, so expect that, chat. This isn't like my summer car. I can't just whiz whenever I feel like it. I gotta be a member of polite society. And it grates on me every single day. Every day. Okay, there's that. That should be a little shorter. And then there's one down here. Yeah. All right, it's a little shorter in that dimension. It's not the best cut that I've ever done. Didn't have a good guide for it, but it does look like we have enough room now, assuming the right and the left actually fit in. So part of the problems we were having is that either I designed for a little bit more sidewall on these, or I don't know. I don't know how we put together the other one then. I don't know how the other computer even went together at this point. I'm a little bit afraid to ask, to be honest. Because, like, this fits now. It's weird. it's a little creepy. A little creepy that it fits now. Right and left, not so much. Okay, so I need to snip just a little bit off of that. There's a dust bunny that keeps moving on the table, and it's freaking me out. All right, come on. Not the easiest thing to work with, but once we get it right, it'll be good. Like, this needs to be back here far enough that we're covering over all the stuff. And then there's still not enough room up there. Wow, okay. All right, I see how it is. See how it is. I see through the lies. I'm picking up what you're putting down. How is this not none of the dimensions are right? This is so weird, chat. This is so weird. This needs a little clearance. No, it's got plenty of clearance. All right, so a little bit more off the top. Just make sure that I'm not, hold on, I'm gonna make sure that I'm not taking crazy pills here. What are you guys talking about? Did you choose AMD because it had better specs for what you intend to do, or because the anti-consumerist practices of Intel and NVIDIA? Well, AMD's guilty of some pretty heinous stuff too. Maybe not as heinous as Intel. A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. I didn't really spec this specifically and then look at what products fit that spec. It's more like I have been doing AMD because I support differences in... I don't know. The bang for your buck with AMD was always a factor for me. You get a little bit more out of your AMD builds. And that's been it, really. I mean, that's really the only reason. Bang for buck. You know, I don't have any strong moral reasons for it. I enjoy the fact that the moral reasons exist, but it's not like I lord it over anybody. Lord knows I get enough of that in my professional life. What if I fit this in? What if we held hands on the AMD bus, chat? So that goes in there, and it fits, and I get all the fasteners in and everything. We have a restriction. It needs to twist a little bit. How do I enable it to twist? I get rid of this right here. What I'm doing is I'm clipping little parts, little pieces of the hex grids that will enable me to fit this thing in properly. I don't understand what the difference is between what I've removed and what I'm putting in, because they should be the same thing. That's what's really kind of messing with me today, is that these are the same parts. The only alterations that I made were for the different type of fastener on it. So I'm not really sure why I'm having so much trouble fitting one and the other. My AMD rigs always run faster and cooler at any given price point. Well, it's been a while since I got AMD, so I'm not a great shining example. Everything you hear today is fiction. All the names are made up to protect the anonymity of something. I don't know. Shit. Why? Okay, so the grading, I think the grid is really messing with me today. Like, why are we still... I got plenty of space over there. That thing's hitting weird. But I'm not able to get this, like, out to the corner. For reasons. It's just all... It's all messing with me. I don't understand. It might be something to do with the corners. I've always just liked doing something different than everybody else, you know? Yeah, I'm gonna have to maybe cut these a little bit differently, huh? Here, you guys get a better look at what I'm actually doing here. I try to keep things going with like different fun camera angles and stuff, but when I'm actually concentrating on what I'm doing, you get a bull-headed streamer with too much hair, with his head freaking in the way of the camera, mumbling to himself about why his grading isn't fitting into a thing, and taking 5 hours on one step. This is the first of many steps that we have to take today. I'm already struggling with it. So that's what I bring to the table here in terms of streaming. You're not watching a YouTube video with a build. You're watching a streamer actually run into fucking issues with every single facet of what they're working on. Every single facet requires babysitting and babysitting and babysitting and babysitting and babysitting and babysitting and babysitting. Why doesn't it? So I think the problem might be that it's not going up far enough. How far up is it going? That's pretty, no, that's in there. That's in there. So if we're in there, why is all my dimensions moved? Why is this happening to me specifically? It's like, that's all the way over there. That's all the way over there. Obviously, this should be a tight fit, but feels like I need to go to the grading itself and like recut an entire section. Because like this right here doesn't press in, but it's cut to the same exact dimensions. And yet somehow one piece doesn't fit in and the other does. This is not fair. This is not fair. What is happening? It's not sitting in properly back here, I think. Maybe that needs to be cut. Every dimension is a trapezoid. Dimensional trapezoids. My least favorite. That did absolutely nothing for us. Why? Why didn't that do anything? What the heck? Is it because this whole thing is bowing in the middle or something? No, it just like doesn't sit properly. This is further away than this. So something right here is hitting. So I'm just going to lop off an entire section again. Hope for the best. Hope it's not visible. Joys of DIY, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I don't really think I'm going to venture into overclocking with this. That's going to be a big mistake. Especially given that I'm going to rely on this. Where's Rob Oz when I need to make fun of him directly? His 3090 build is like going all wrong. But it's like a mission critical computer. Why would you overclock a mission critical computer? Why did you do it, Rabaz? Why? Why are these off by so much? This is so weird. These should be centered, so they should be symmetrical. And yet, I'm having all these troubles with them. All these fucking issues. Man, they should be symmetrical. That's so weird. I don't even know how I got the previous one together. Some facsimile of what we're doing right now, but what the fuck is happening here? What the hell would... This is a lot of craziness, is what this is. This whole thing is crooked. This thing isn't allowing me to straighten it because that's digging in. Oh, you know what it is? It's the reinforced pieces. They have a slightly different dimension in one of the dimensions. I see it now. It's, so the reinforced, here, I'll show you guys. You want to see what's going on here. This is the newer piece. And let me grab an older one. Yeah. The whole thing's sitting right here. Let's see. Yep, this is the old one. So I reinforced that because these things would tend to break off. And so now what's happening is this enforcement piece, the part that allows this thing to print properly and not be an absolute pain in my ass, this is interfering with the grid. So, you know, I'm not going to fault people for buying a motherboard that allows for better cooling and not utilizing it to 100% of its ability, because we know, and especially in this world that we live in, this new unprecedented COVID world, we want our hardware to last. And in wanting hardware to last, it helps a lot to have all that extra cooling capability. It's actually very important. So I'm not going to fault anybody for not using the overclocking capabilities that their motherboards bring to the table. And you can too. Yeah, I need to figure out where the things need to be cut. So let me just take this. God, wouldn't that be cool to live next to a body of water and just fucking pump that water through your computer? God, that would be cool. I mean, that would be like, not like temperature. I mean like that. See, these are symmetrical and they're all properly designed. It's just needs a little bit of cutting to fit this day and age. A little bit off of there, a little bit off of here. Take a little bit of this, a little bit of that. and then this thing will fit together properly again. I guess it was too tall, but then at the same time, it had a little bit of trouble with what's going on here. Oh, that's being blocked by this. Wow. Okay. It was a little too tall, and then it didn't have the openings that it needed in order to allow my reinforced supports to function. So that's that corner. We can take this one, we can go over to this corner, and then we do the two opposite corners. And then everything will fit together like I had intended. Nuclear-powered quantum computer cracks in BTC. Man, are we done with BTC? Are we done? Is it over? Can we finally be done? I mean, NFTs are falling hard on their face. Which, boy, I wish somebody had warned me about NFTs being a bad venture. I really just wish somebody had said something, anything, ever, about NFTs being a really bad idea. I mean, I understand that it was a receipt for a picture's location on the internet, and it was down to the individual company in order to maintain the worth of that picture's location's receipt on the internet. But man, did none of that sound like a bad venture? Fucking idiots. It is based, and you know, people have argued with me about it. It's basically buying a plot of land on the moon, and then the company that honors that plot of land on the moon, oh, well, look, they have no rights to that land. So what are you doing? Oops, that's the wrong one, huh? That one. That's the one. Gotta make this work. We can make this work. I just gotta do a little trimming. Do a little trimming here and there. Just take a little bit off of this. Make you look good. Be flopping the ladies in line, man. You'll be popular with this new haircut I'm giving you. Gonna look good. What do you do for a living? I hate that question, man. Whenever I get a haircut, so what are you up to these days? You know, I'm a clown on the internet. I might as well do birthday parties. I don't got nothing else for you. You gotta stop asking me questions, man. I'm too embarrassed now to even have a normal conversation. I could always say I do stuff with crypto, and then they'd probably stop asking me questions. Then maybe that's the new go-to, huh? Yeah, I do some stuff with crypto and NFTs. I got a picture of a monkey. Well, it's not really a picture of a monkey. It's actually just generated off of some numbers. And they're like, I would like to stop talking with you now. Thank you. Instant conversation ender. Ever want to not talk to somebody? You should look into crypto. There's going to be some cuts that are visible from the outside, unfortunately. I'll have to cut a new piece in order to do that properly. But now we know why it didn't fit. It's because I reinforced all the little supports. So we'll have to look for that in the other gradings. I'm a question generator. I'm currently unemployed on Twitch. Unemployed by Jeff Bezos. I piss in a jar. And I curse at my furniture. Professionally. With an average of 75 users a month. All right. There. This one goes here. See, these ones are more universal. They just fit wherever, but now they all fit. Like as if I had designed it that way. And they'll put a little bit of pressure down on the top, and that'll hold everybody in place. Man, that was annoying. That was a pain in my butt. Well, now I just need to get the fasteners to actually like bite in and hold this in place, and then it'll be a viable panel for the rest of this build. And then the red and the silver should hopefully go together, you know, with the proper contrast. Give us a nice look about this whole thing. We'll try to get these attachments in place first, and then I'll do the corners will basically lock it in place. And then the clasps, these things that I'm putting in right now, are basically just what hold together the different panels. Now, my 3D printer is not big enough to make this all in one foul swoop. That would have been nice. It would have been nice if I could have made it one big piece, but that just ain't happen. I think it's actually a little bit undersized. I think there's like a 0.5 millimeter in there. And then the screws not gripping is a kind of a problem that I'm gonna have to take a look at in a minute here, because like I can't get this to screw down. I'll see if I can get the other ones too. It'd be nice if these screws were a little longer, but you gotta deal with what you've got, you know? Take it easy there, bud. Yeah, these aren't gripping at all. Fuck. Now, I have a little bit of an ability to lift this thing up, so I can kind of like put stuff into where it needs to go, and that way I have a better chance of finding the screw hole. Oh, there it is. I think. Some of these are a little bit more dodgy than others. Yeah, this is... It's just down to the size of the screw hole, unfortunately. I guess I can reprint these parts. If I start them now, well, I still have to put them into the slicer and everything, and I have to load up all my slicer settings from the file server. See, that's pushing it out of the way. The other one isn't fully attached. Let's see if we can get away with this. Barely. I don't have all the advantages of having this stuff like floating in space like I did before, where I was just holding the piece out in the open. So I gotta kind of like maneuver this thing around. Oh, come on. That one kind of almost does it, but doesn't really. I might have to reprint the part. Well, that's a lot of parts for me to reprint. I'd have to reprint every single one of those, so we'll live with it for now. I'll see if I can get those to grip at all. I don't want to start involving glue into this, because crazy glues and stuff like that, they leave like a pretty significant amount of residue. Like if I use the super glue on this, it'll cloud, and I hate that clouding. I prefer clout over cloud. That one gripped just fine, first time. Although I think I need to file that one down. I think that's the one I didn't file down. That one gripped the wrong thing. No, it appears to be on the right one. I mean, I guess I should have put like a bolt underneath these, but I don't have enough material to do that with. These are the ones that are giving me trouble. They're all aligned. I think they're just too weakly coupled to the threads. There's not much of a chance for me to make it stronger. Yeah, that one's in. This one doesn't have enough space to get good threads in there. Damn it, it's just popping right out. Damn it! This is obnoxious. This is annoying me. I could put some Teflon around it. We'll try that. Oh, let me get the painter's tape out. See if I can't. See, the corners go just fine. I guess the corners have less of an ability to flex. I don't know. Corners fit just fine. It's the other ones that I gotta make sure that they create enough pressure so that I can get a grip on the stuff. The stuff! Yeah, see, it fits quite nicely. Of course, this whole assembly is rattling around a little bit. I think the the size of the stuff before was intentional. The size of the grating. Code Rush, rating with a party of 29. How's it going, Code Rushed? How you been? We're putting together my computer. This has been a project that's been a couple years in the making, and I'm having a little bit of trouble with it right now. There were some functional edits that I made to the 3D solids that caused things to kind of not quite go together as smoothly as I'd hoped they would. We should have been much further along and past this step by now. But what I've done, as with the old computer, I have grid pieces that are held in by 3D printed parts. And these 3D printed parts are just there to sort of hold the grating up against the Makerbeam. Makerbeam is this 10mm by 10mm frame rail kind of thing. It ain't cheap, but I found a clear anodized version of it. And so my hope was to build an AMD system, which is why this is red. And then I've upgraded the screws to these countersunk screws. And so some of these countersunk screws are not exactly as in there as I'd like them to be. And that's causing a little bit of an issue. So I think what I need to do... Well, that one's just not even screwed in. Hold on. Well, I think what I need to do is take a step back and maybe wrap some of these in Teflon. Get them to kind of tightly pressure fit into the screw hole. Because a lot of these are just not doing anything. They're not fitting. This one's having trouble going because it doesn't fit in the hole. Okay, let's see here. Press some of the material out of the way and see if I can get this working. What's up, Wicked Blue Ninja? Yeah, some of these it's just not gripping. Really bugs me, actually. Oh, I just pressed on it and this whole thing came unseated. This is my fault for not investigating the size of these screws. I should have undersized these holes significantly more than they are right now. But shit like this happens. They're not very long, and so they fit into that plastic funny. Well, this will be on the list to reprint. We should keep moving with the build, though. Because we've got a lot of other problems to solve before this. And in fact, I think what we should do is I should start the print on these. Generally, what I'd do is I'd hop over to this computer in order to make them. I'm going to load up my settings file into Super Slicer. We'll see if we can undersize these holes a little bit more. I'll bring them in by 0.2, and I think that's all they need. No, I don't want to use brass inserts on this. That's not a good use for brass inserts. I don't think I have enough of them, but also it's not necessary. All I need to do is just pull in the holes down here just a little bit more, and then I can export these STLs, and we can get those on the slicer. I can load up my current slicer settings, and then we can move from there. I'll just get them all printing at once. So all I need to do is a press pull. There's a lot of these kinds of steps in this thing. This, is it going to flip out? What's it doing? That's offset face. I don't want that. Hold on. Get out of here. Get out of here. Wow, that was very slow. I don't know what's going on there. Whoa. Okay. Hello? CAD? CAD program. Hello? Well, it is very, very unhappy with me. What the f... Okay. All right. Let's get out of this tool. Can you come back to me? All right, there we go. All right, we've only got a couple of these that we need to do. CAD program. I need you to bear with me on this one. This is the best tool to use for this purpose. Looks like we'll have to do them in groups because the whole piece of software is like eating itself. So we'll do 0.2. So that'll be a nice big open face. Nice big open face on the top, and then it'll neck down quite a bit. We should be able to get really good grip on that. Let's go over here. We got to do all of them because these bottom pieces I need to export individually. They're all unique. So here, you, and 0.2. Zoom out. Go to the next one, which is here. I haven't had any troubles with the corners, so I don't know if I'm going to do this for the corners. This, wait for the program. And this, wait for the program. Whenever you're ready, okay, oh wait, it's actually, it just didn't, just cancel. I don't know what happened there. You. It didn't select it. Oh my god, it's... Cancel. This is... this is annoying. This is getting annoying. Hey, what? It would stabilize the view if I actually clicked on the thing, but... alright, so... Same thing. Here. Here. Why do you forsake me? I'll try clicking on it in the opposite order. Why did it select that as the distance? It's like not... Okay. This. Here. It just seems to be completely... Yeah, it seems to think that I'm doing something else. Because I guess it's just running very poorly because of all the steps. I think this drawing is a little bit much for it. All right, we'll do these two individually then. You know, generally, like when I'm using the software, I can select like 19 holes and then just doing it. It just does it. Whenever you're ready. This one over here. Don't start on that. We've already got computer people here who make you I read in a magazine once that you should actually do this. Actually, from what I'm hearing from chat, the selection of AMD stuff is possibly to my advantage. What the... Did it not do the other one? I specifically ordered an offset face on this. Let's check them by diameter, because I can't trust anything now. Diameter, 2.4. These are 2.5. So maybe I need more than 0.2. They should be 2.2. And change this one to 2.2. Or sorry, 0.4. Because it should be, sorry, 0.4 because you want to under or oversize by 0.2 in order to have an interference or a slip fit, right? In a normal fit, you can generally make it about the same size unless you want a slightly less tight normal fit, then you can do like 0.1. But 0.2 minus 0.2 when you're in the M1s and M2s and M3s, that's generally the difference between a slip and a grip. And so right now we have a slip on the top level but we have our fasteners are 2.5 millimeters. I want enough plastic in there in order to hold this thing together properly, so we need to undersize it. Let's check to see what our other radius is, and we'll base it on that. So our other radius on this is this guy right here, and that is the diameter is 3.2. So 3 should be an interference. It's not, because we're 2.5 millimeters. Yeah, our 3.2 is a generous. So we're gonna go a little bit further. I'm gonna go 0.4 on all of them, and that'll give us a nice grippy thingy. It looks like a pretty dire amount, and I can always remove material. I can't put it back in because I am not a 3D printer. The only time I'm close to a 3D printer is really when I'm pooping, and even then it's just dodgy. So all right, so we need to take this and we need to undersize this, and I need to do them individually because the CAD program appears to be fucking with me. It seems to have its own ideas about everything that I should be doing. 0.4, and you are going to do that, correct? Okay. 0.4. Doesn't look like you did it. 2.8. 2.8. Maybe that's why some of these are fitting really weirdly and others work. Some of them work and some of them don't. I think I have a bunch of different radiuses. That diameter's 2. That shouldn't be... What's going on here? All the numbers are different. Why are all the numbers different? Hold on a minute. What the hell? Hold on. Well, what? We're doing them individually. I'm measuring them all, and then I'm making them all 2.4 is the goal here, right? Well, it should be 2.3 actually is the goal. It looks like some of these are already undersized. I'm gonna cough. Yeah. Okay, 2.3 is the goal. 2.8. Just do a little sanity check caliper measurement. God damn. Plus or minus 0.2. I hope the other ones actually have grippy hulls, because I really don't want to do this with all of my solids today. Well, if I have to do that, then I guess I can just not, do the rest of the build. So these are actually 3mm fasteners. This is 2.93 is what I'm getting on the calipers when I measure the threads. So that means if we are 3mm, we should be 3.8. No, 2.8. Sorry, 2.8. 2.8 will give us a grippy fit. And that's what I want. I want grippy fit because I want to be able to really crank those fasteners in. Obviously not like super duper mechanically. If I really wanted to crank the fasteners all the way in and I knew I needed to remove them constantly, I would probably size these for threaded inserts, but I'm not going to do that. That's too much. And if I had longer fasteners, I could always just put a bolt under there, but we don't have that ability. So we're going for 2.8. 2.8's good. Grippy fit. I think I based saying that off of grippy tape, which is something I think was a Riff Tracks joke. As like a pet name. Let's call somebody grippy tape. 2.8. 2.8. It's no wonder some of these fit and others were just not correct. I think I relied on the fact that these were mirror images at one point in order to do this, and I lost sight of that. So we got to make sure that all these are 2.8. Some of them are not. Some of them are 3. But if 2.8, if these are actually all at 2.8, and you know what? I think maybe they are. I think maybe they are all already at 2.8. What the hell? Well, that means that 2.8's not working out to give us a grip. So we got to go down 0.2. So we should be at 2.6. So we'll start in on this. All right, so let me take the first one here. Measure it. 2.8. Do one of these. Wait, if I just make that one, it's gonna... No. I need to make sure that I select the plane, the flat part. Get a grip. Get a grippy tape. And then we wait. If I do this in the drawing, then it's not going to gap everything else properly, right? Unless I built that in. Hold on a minute. Did it just fucking... It just ignored what I did. Yeah, we have to do this in the drawing. The sketch needs to be altered. So, oh my god. So, welcome to the sketch folder. Oh, there's only one? Okay, well, that's new. Whichever one is 2.8, we need to take down to 2 point less. 2.8, 2.6. And because I made this drawing properly, I believe, that should affect all the other ones. They're all just imaged off of that one. I know, I can't believe it's just like, you know what? Nah, I don't think I'm gonna do that. I think I'm good. Yeah, see, I did a lot of mirror images on this drawing. I was playing with mirror images on this one. So all of the holes are based on one number in the sketch. And then, of course, I got all these weird steps where we import other shaped screws and actually have them dictate some of the other shapes. Whatever. Doesn't matter. We just want the hole in the base plates to be 2.6. And they are. Okay. Let's check the opposite one just in case. .6. Okay. Okay. All right. We can correct this problem right now. We can correct this right now. Never allow this to happen again. So I'm going to take all of my bottom solids. So everything that says lower. That would be these first four. Save as mesh. Click OK. I think we have a desktop folder with the temp prints on it. A lot of weird porn folders. Temp prints. I just toss them in here, right? And then I'll sort it by date. Save as mesh. Yep. Save as mesh. Okay. Save as mesh. Save as mesh. Okay. There are all the new lowers. So we take those. We got to get them into our slicer. So for now, the top piece is going to be just a little wobbly, which is fine. We have plenty of other stuff that we need to do before that anyway. So super slicer. How many super slicers do I have on? No, that's Prusa. We can get rid of Prusa. I don't need that anymore. Super slicer. And then I need to load up the file that I just backed up. It's a good thing I didn't fully commit to the build. Import. I think it's config bundle, but it has like everything on it. Oh, I don't think I have access to that folder from here. I don't think I have access to the backup folder from here. I'm not sure this computer does. We've got project. Well, let's hope that my settings, I think my settings are relatively new. I think they're relatively the same. I don't think I've tweaked too much except for maybe temperature. I think we're just up a little bit in temperature on this PC building. Yeah, it might not look like PC building, but actually, I assure you, it's actually PC building. Desktop, temp prints. We're just gonna have to rely on our stuff to be just about the same. One thing I don't like about super slicers is like, wow, what do I do with this? And then it puts a big warning up when it's not on the build plate properly. So you, face downwards, come over here. Next one, you, face downwards. You go wherever you need to go. I think I can reasonably rely on my entire build plate. But I have to keep it a little bit further away from the edges because I don't really want to mess with the clips. I don't want the clips to clip this down like that. And then we'll just shove that thing up in there. Since these are all building directly on the build plate, we can kind of make this pretty small. We don't have to worry about the support stuff in between them. Just as long as this sticks to the glass. I have it on glass mode right now, and I think that's all right for this. Depending on the settings. Depending on the settings. All right, so that should produce a pretty good slice. Let's see what the filament settings are at. 265. For this stuff, I have it at 275. For these long runs, it'll tend to go down a little cooler and become matte. And I want to keep it shiny and deep red, because if it's not shiny, it looks kind of pink. So we want to keep that nice and high temp. 90C for the bed, I think it's fine. Aside from that, we don't need to worry about support for this. There's nothing that's hanging. If I slice it, we get our reasonable slice here. The only thing that I think is missing from this configuration is a retraction at the very end. It'll just ooze a little bit at the end. Now, hopefully this can happen in all one print. Whenever I try to do like a mega print like this, like something will inevitably go a little bit wrong, and then it'll start dragging a booger all the way around my print bed. So I don't know if this will work or not, but we're gonna send this over to Octoprint. Wait a minute. I can't, there's a light in the way. I can't tell if my printer's ready to go or not. It's not. Dun dun dun. Let's turn that on. Get the booger off. Let's try to turn on that fan. Or sorry, that light. Oh no, I can't. I don't have a way. I need to go into Node Red in order to turn that light on. All right, then we can go to the clipper here. Need to go to Octoprint/clipper. Boop. Damn it. I think it was this one. I have the complicated password, and I should have put like butt and then other butt as the username and password, because this, I mean, seriously, nobody's war driving the neighborhood looking for 3D printers to get into. And if they print something, I think it would be hilarious anyway. So if I connect to the firmware, that's going to get us connected to Clipper. So we're on standby, disconnect, ready. So now we're ready to go. So if I go to this camera, I need to fix this camera. Then I need to plug this light in without the little controller. Hold on. I need this light so that we can see the print. We can see anything. I see nothing. All right, I'll be your print cam. Here's something that I've had to do lately, which is kind of annoying. What I've had to do is I have had to take the BL Touch and I have to hit BL Touch down, BL Touch up. See, nothing's happening. So I hit test, nothing's happening. I hit reset. Now if I go down and back up, it just needs like a reset at the beginning that it's not getting for some reason. All right, so the bed's clear. Bed's clear. The bed wiping tool is too much of a feature in the background. I need to just get rid of that. Get rid of these things. Looks sloppy. Of course, all of this filament garbage I need to get out of here too. The steering wheel's right here now, so I can't really get in. I'm like being pressed out of areas of my lab. Okay, so we're ready to go on that. I need to hit, I need to basically on Super Slicer. Where is that? Right there. I hit go. And then all that stuff just gets automatically sent in. We zero ourselves. This glass plate really, it looks deep and dark. Shouldn't really be that dark. Where is the bed? There it is. All right, so in approximately, I think it's like an hour, we'll have, an hour, 2 hours for this one. we'll have replacement parts for this. We got plenty of other stuff to do though, and we're gonna start in on some of that stuff. Yeah, this is I finally fixed the mount for this part of the printer. I wish we were doing more engineering kind of like test prints, because then I'd be going in gray, and I think the gray on that deep black plate would look really, really good. But yeah, all right, so we're gonna start this print, and we'll work on something else for a little bit. We'll see how the other grid holders work, the other things that we need to construct in order to make this happen. It's always something, right, chat? This is probably going to take us into Friday. Really hope I have a computer by Saturday. This is what happens when you get into custom stuff, though. It kind of messes with you. Well, if I got to cancel on my friends, I got to cancel on my friends, but they'll be kind of annoyed. They'll be kind of annoyed, but, I'm pimping myself out for viewers right now, so. We also have to do the capacitor block. That's something that we can construct, because that's like glue. We'll take a look at how it's faring along, but the wires for the capacitor definitely need to be worked on. We're still just heating up? Yeah. Welcome to actually building a computer instead of just plugging components together, right? Oh, don't mention them. They'll go away. You've already had a disastrous effect. When we do computer stuff, like building a PC is like a special thing. It's like a really special thing. We may go late tonight, in fact. Oh no! See what I mean? You just couldn't take it. Oh, they're dropping like flies. They're dropping like flies. No! You can't leave me like this. We had a deal. I pay you guys good money to be here. All right, bed's up to temperature, which means it'll start probing. I need to go complain about crypto crashing. I need to go give somebody advice. I think I'm going to blue my printer. I think I'm going to turn it into blue. I'm going to redesign some of the component parts here that we see and use that deep blue filament. And maybe the space gray as well. Who's this long-haired hippie and how did I get here? A guy, oh man, this LAN party could have been delayed by a week and I would have been much happier. Because I got to do airport shuttle tomorrow. Maybe I'll see if I can get a haircut tomorrow. I'm going to want to work on this. I'm going to do nothing but this, though, until it's done. I think double probing is a little too much. This thing has been working for quite some time. It's just the new camera angle is courtesy of like a quick mount that I bought. Like a $60, $30 quick mount that I had to buy in order to be able to move this thing properly. What's that shaking when the bed moves? Wait a minute. Is there maybe one of my rollers is causing all that ringing? Watch when the bed moves. I think I saw everything like wobble a little bit. No, that's resonance. Yeah, it shakes a little bit after that move, but hopefully there's not something else going on. I think that's just the inertia of the bed. Yeah, those movements are nice and smooth. Ooh. What could be causing that? Belts maybe be worn? This is too long of a leveling procedure. I mean, it takes the nozzle takes some time to get up to temperature, so that's part of what's going on here. Yeah, they're all brand new. All the rollers are brand new, as of the Redux that we did. And I've got all these components 3D modeled and in the right positions, by the way. So I just need to design solids around them and figure out, I need a placeholder for that circuit board. And then I need to position the drag chain properly. And I can create my own hot end for this thing. I think it just gets a little weird when it moves very quickly. My print bed has gone soft. Now it's delaminated. Oh no. I mean, you've been running your printer like ragged. It's been like all out. since you got it. Yeah, I think I need to do the accelerometer thing and or move the spool. I think having the spool at the top of the tower is probably what's causing all of that shaking. I had a lot of good luck with the spring steel. I actually enjoyed it quite a lot. All right, so for better or for worse, I'm gonna let this print. I'm gonna use the bathroom. I'll come back and then we'll work on one of the other holders and see if we have the same problem with it. And then we'll, if we're still having trouble with the bed, or sorry, the screws not gripping, right? If we're still having that trouble, we'll work on something else. We have other stuff to work on for this build. So I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Hold on, I need B. It was set up. That was the wrong one. Overlays, BRB. Put that up. I'll do a little bit of this, a little bit of that. I'll be right back.
I need to, well, if you guys don't mind, I'm just going to do like a hard break, and we're going to go like different key, different tempo, different everything. So if you guys don't mind, that's what we'll do. It is just never good enough for you winguses, isn't it? Sorry, I need to put more emphasis on that, and I was trying to find my stool. It's never good enough for you winguses, is it? This is the fastest that my 3D printer has ever gone before. And the prints suffer a little bit for it. I got a little bit of a wooble. A little bit of a weeble wooble. These hybrid steppers. Already has. It has EMC steppers that are doing hybrid stuff. The song is buttery smooth, though. No, it does not need those. It just doesn't. You know, we all need money for other stuff. I like money. I like money that's not being entirely spent on something ridiculous. Plus, it's limited by the extruder. I mean, the extruder can only go so fast. It's a Titan Aero V6. It's good at what it does. It's one of the best. Look at this thing dancing. That's a good first layer. That means that one's gonna turn out all right. Hopefully we can continue on with the other ones and we'll go down proper. Where are you going? Why are you jumping all over the place? What are you doing? What? Who programmed this? I'm looking at some of those little hairs and I'm hoping nothing bad happens with them. And if it does, I hope we can get by that layer and I can just cut it with a knife when it's fully printed up. PETG relies almost entirely on that first layer going down nice and smooth. My retraction settings need a little bit to be desired because I upped the temperature, so it's going to string a little bit more. It's not going to be able to break the little strands. At one point, I had this thing tuned very nicely, and it was producing absolutely professional prints. But, you know, every now and then you got to come back and tune stuff, and that's kind of where I am with this, except that I need these parts. So I'm going to try this. We're going to see how it does. Let's move on to other stuff. Work on a little bit more of the build. Metronomic Live. You guys check him out if you get a chance. Although he has 2 videos on Twitch. I don't know, he's probably actually like having a real social life, unlike us. We're all stuck here together, so let's work on this thing. So, if you guys don't know, this computer project... Okay, all right, hold on. I'm gonna move my light. Move my light. This computer project is pretty crazy, and the reason that we're doing it so suddenly is that AMD suddenly had supply of the 6900 XT. I was off and on looking for the 6900 XT as part of my entire AMD build. I have the Strix Gaming B550i mini ITX motherboard with the 5950X plugged into it, and that's a little irresponsible because we don't have a whole lot of room for the stuff that we're trying to cool. Now, eventually, I would love to go water cooling with this, but we're not there yet. So, what we got here is that whole business just came about, and I was able to get all the parts for this. Now, in getting the parts, one of the things that I did was design the back panel for the motherboard. So the motherboard now has a back panel that fits into this build right here. And this is my sort of like VCR-sized build with its own custom power supply. And so now we're at the point where I'm partially at the assembly step. There's still a couple things that might actually, a couple little hiccups that might get in the way. Ooh, hold on. That was pure. Hold on, I've got, oh. That was pleasant. Thank you for that, stomach. I really appreciate you doing that. Hold on. It's like stomach acid just pooled at the back of my throat. That was really great for, you know, giving a talk during a presentation, to just have pure, you know, have your body trying to digest itself right in front of your very eyes. Okay, all right. Anyway, man. So a couple things happened at once. One is that I discovered that Polymaker has these really deeply colored PETG filaments, and I bought blue, and I started to build this computer, and people were like, why would you do an AMD build and make it blue? Well, okay. So then I bought red. Now I'm making it red. I have a little bit of a problem with the red in that it kind of looks pink in some angles, but it does look pretty good. I had to print these shiny side up, which I didn't really appreciate. I like this. This is a deeper red, but it still looks pretty good. So the red, and then I put new fasteners on these things so that they're bright. So that's the look of the computer right now. Now, we tried to put together one of the panels, and everything should have gone nice and smooth, but it didn't, because fortunately, the screw holes were gapped a little bit wrong. And since I redesigned the pieces that go under these things, there's a bit of a difference now, and I need to cut away a little bit more of the material. So we discovered that there were all kinds of little problems like that, and we got through most of them. It's just that none of the screws that we're looking at right now are really very well fastened in. So I don't want screws falling into my build. So we are currently, at the moment, we're 3D printing some new supports. And as those come along, in like 2 hours, I will be able to replace these parts. But, you know, anything that we need to reprint or redesign, we need to get on right away. The other thing that we're going to have to design is the hold down front piece for the graphics card, because I haven't fully designed that yet. That depends on where the screw holes for this one are. But aside from that, there's one big thing that I showed you guys earlier that I really would like to address, and that is the power supply brick. The wires that go to it overheated. So we need to redesign that whole mess. We need to get it right. We need to get it right. So I'm going to pull this thing out. I'm going to pull the wires out of either end. We got to take a look at them, because it looks like they scorched my circuit board. Oh boy, yes they did. Actually, I don't know what that's all about. The 300 volt line has like, what the fuck? It's like all over the 300 volt line. What happened? Did I have like a blowout? Or is it like some weird form of corrosion? It looks like it's all over the place. Is that just dust gathering in a strange way? Oh, all right, hold on. Let's get to the bottom of this, chat. I don't know what the hell's going on then. If it's not overcurrenting, it's just maybe the static electricity is gathering dust weirdly? That doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. Now, I did observe those wires, and they did seem to get a little warmer than everything else. But it didn't appear to be a big issue. Where'd my tweezers go? I see a dust bunny that I need to get out of this thing. Now, this thing's been powered off for a little while, so everything should have discharged. Not to mention that the capacitor also has discharge resistors on it already. We need to reskin the capacitor in red, and I have the parts for it. Let's just get the old one out. We can still use, I guess, the same screws. This whole build, I'm kind of going over to a more universal screw on it, but if this thing is held in with Phillips heads, I guess that's all right. And I'm reluctant to fully disassemble this computer because I might need it for tonight. We might not actually get to the computer part of the computer tonight, which is unfortunate, but these things happen. This is just the way things happen around here. We'll just leave that screw. There's a bolt rattling around in here. Here, get out of there. Look at that. What is that? Is that heat? Some other kind of residue? Put it up on the microscope so you guys can see it a little closer. I just want to observe. It looks like the kind of residue that would be left behind by superglue. See any scorching on these? Looks okay. The carbon fiber, yeah, the carbon fiber panel is from Hobby King. They have a nice matte finish to it. Except in the places where it does this. What the heck is this? Why is it like this? Is that because it's getting too hot? The whole cable's like this, and then the motherboard is actually, the power supply board is similar. It's like almost scorched. But it's not just the area with that part. Yes, silicon attracts dust, but look at the traces. This is from my header, by the way, the header on the stream. I just don't understand what that is. If that's dust, I guess okay. It's just a very odd collection. Yeah, that's not mold. That bodge wire is just, that's just what it is. Nothing around the DC. I mean, I haven't been like not super nearby, but I did super glue a couple things on the desk. I don't think that's enough to make it like that. You think it's maybe just like the 300 volts DC is operating like a powder coating gun, and maybe that fine particulate dust is finding that 300 volts DC and making it into a static electricity machine kind of deal. Very strange. Yeah, I don't know. Isn't that weird, though? The whole cable's like that, too. On the underside. Here, you guys go over to here. I mean, there's only on the hundreds of volt DC one. Goes all the way down like that. And there's just like this pervasive dust all over it. If we're chalking this up to just dust, because I don't see any signs of heating. It's just dust. That's so weird. Then I guess it's okay if it does that. It's just a physics phenomenon. Is the CPU secondhand? What? Chat. Oh my god. Okay, yeah, it must be like induced static charge from the 300 volt DC line attracting dust, which is just the strangest phenomenon that I've ever seen. I got a brush that I can brush all this off with. If that, because like I saw it as scorching. I thought we were gonna have to replace the cable, but it doesn't look like anything is. And none of this shows like scorch damage or heat damage at all. And then having it on the circuit board on the traces that carry 300 volt DC and nothing else, right? Very, very weird. Very, very weird. Maybe it's just the dust phenomenon. The dust phenomenon. The dust phenomenon. I'll just have to make sure. It's an open air PC, so I mean, dust happens, you know? It's just strange that it's centered on that 300 volt line. So this is my old PC, and it's really not that old, but it's old enough. It's like a 2017 build that's been slightly updated through the years. I'm going full AMD now, though. So this is the old PC for all intents and purposes. I just can't believe that there would be like a static effect dust. So I'm trying to build this for Saturday, because I got a thing on Saturday with PCs. At the same time, I don't necessarily want to make my old PC dead, but I'm going to have to do it to a degree, because we're upgrading it. We're upgrading it. We're putting all new hardware in here. One of the things that I did with the new hardware is I printed new panels. So today, kicking off the build, 2017. What? It wasn't that long ago. Oh god, it was. Oh my god. So anyway, we're trying to get everything in here, and I use a 160 watt PC like car adapter. You'll probably buy a higher wattage one, to be honest, at this point. PC car adapter that takes in 12 to 14 volts. 12 volts directly to the Mobo, 12 volts directly to the power supply. 52 amp custom built power supply that requires a remote power brick. Looks like I had infill on this on the very top layer, huh? Weird. All right, well, anyway, we got a shiny top layer, but we're changing it. We're no longer orange. We're going to red. So I've got parts for all of these different pieces, and we're just going to try to see how the fit is. And if it doesn't really work out that well, we're going to have to reprint everything, which I'm really hoping I don't have to. Now, this thing is glued together, so this thing I just pop apart. We just got to break it. Oh, my God. He's just breaking his hardware. He can't get away with this. Why is he doing this? Oh, dear God. Yeah, like I don't see any scorching on the connector. Ground isn't looking great. There's a little bit of dirt on the center pin. I think that's marker on the connector itself. Yeah, it's marker on the connector itself. There's no real scorching on the connector. So I don't know. Very strange. All right, there's that piece. This is just like a radiator hider. Oh, there's like little bits of dust that have attracted to the silicon through the holes in the grating. Weird. That's really weird. I did not expect that to be a thing that would happen. I don't really want to cut new panels. Oh yeah, look at that. There's a name for that effect where all the little holes out of alignment make a pseudo pattern that looks like a large set of holes. Cool. All right, anyway. Moyer? Yeah. That's what that is. So yeah, new parts. Let me go get the new parts for this. And then I need the UV light. And then I need the UV glue. And that is all the way over there. I'll get that in a sec. Let me get the 3D print parts. Let me try to put this little model kit together so my PSU doesn't look terrible. These guys, look at how much red. I love AMD. Okay, hi. Sheesh. This is a very custom build. It's a weirdo. Now the tough part is the screws on this are decorative. They are purely decorative. So we need to somehow put the fasteners onto this thing without interfering with the power capacitor brick, this thing right here. What's inside of this is 2 very large capacitors and a circuit board. And then on that circuit board, there's a couple like protection elements and then bleed out resistors, which are high ohm resistors that are connected across the capacitors so that when this thing is cut off, it'll discharge. This thing is supposed to, I mean, it basically just stabilizes the 300 volt DC power line on the power supply, and it's just huge. So I've put it remote. I put it somewhere else in the build. I had it like here before, sitting in between the two. But that's not a great place for it because these graphics cards are pulling cool air from the top and they are just pushing it out to the sides, right? So if I put it here, it's a little bit more out of the way and we don't get this gaping huge hole here. What it used to be is this thing used to be just like haphazardly thrown into part of the build, and then I had a drive caddy here for all the solid state, old school solid state drives and stuff. But I never used it, never used the drive caddy for anything. So instead, we are placing it now in the middle of everything. Oh, yeah, I forgot that barely fits. Oh, that's pretty good. So there's that. And then we need to make this out of this. So we need to use these fasteners, but they've got a couple threads on them. See how deep those go. Yeah, they stick in a little bit, and I don't know if that's going to work. Well, I guess it'll work. Just because that's like there's like nothing there. There's a little bit of the silicon rubber under it. But that'll actually possibly help stabilize it. So when I do the gluing, I'll have 4 of these things in place, and we'll be able to just glue in the threads just a tiny bit. So in SolidWorks, what I did is I made the part for the I took the parts and I made a screw and I put them into all the locations and just did like a cutout move. So a lot of the holes are meant for the previous design of the screws, and a lot of the threads are oversized now. That one actually press fits in. That's nice. Well, it's not going to be necessary. I need one more of the really short ones. The really shorties. Where'd they go? Always, they're pervasive. They're all over the place. All right, chat. How's it going? We're getting into the meat and potatoes of this thing. I'm actually glad that we discovered that the problem was just with high voltage and static. because that means I don't have to recable that part. Recabling would have taken a little bit of an effort. It's not like I'm not up for it, but UV glue, wonderful property of it is that it doesn't really hold on all that well. So you can just pop things off. There you go, easy peasy. So now I still have this panel that I can use. Just need to get rid of the excess glue. And we just need to apply a little bit of UV glue around the peripheral of this thing. And I'll do that with a syringe, and then we'll glue it down. Everything goes together, nice. It all gets along. It all, hopefully we don't see a big glue seam all over everything. As we did last time, and it worked, so I'm willing to give it another shot. But yeah, overall, this is a very strange build. Hopefully it all goes together well, because I bought everything over here I bought a year ago. This thing I just got. So I don't know if there's DOA hardware in here. And I'm going to be a very sad individual if there is. It's going to be... I really hope nothing is dead. I don't think anything will be dead. There's probably very little chance of it. Yeah, that's the only problem. The only the only insurmountable problem would be if we got DOA hardware anywhere. And I don't know. I mean, I've seen a lot of people talking about DOA hardware lately. Given the silicon rush, right? Everybody was trying to produce processors and things like that as fast as they could. I've not had any bad luck in it, but I haven't also been buying a lot of stuff, so. I gotta find the syringe that has the UV glue in it. Or we need to start another one. Probably need to start another one. I think that one's it. I think I found it. We'll get a new tip. There's some on the bottom of the bin. This is the glue bin. The glue bin. The stinky bin. A DOA GPU would seriously get me mad. Yeah. I have no idea if it's good or not. There's a massive influx of first-time builders with no clue what they're doing, all running their hardware and claiming DOA. Yeah, but I'm talking about like Reddit posts and stuff like that, where people should probably know what they're doing, and they're getting like, I don't know. Like the friend of mine who was building his PC and he had all this trouble with it, and they kept saying that the graphics card was bad or this and that and the other thing was bad. And it might have been down to just the way he was putting all the hardware together. Maybe, I don't know. But like the guy at Micro Center like replaced a whole bunch of stuff too. I'm just gonna put a big dollop in each corner. I think that's all this needs. Hopefully it still fits when I'm done with the big dolloping. The big dollops might be too big. Oh no, hold on. Too much dollops. Stay in place. I command you. The cool part about UV glue is that now that I've hit it with the light, a polymer something or other has been activated, and these will start to heat up quite a bit. We just get enough UV light on it, and then I'll show you guys on thermals. Yeah, in a lot of the cases, it's just like, well, I can feign ignorance. This stuff is really active in UV. The orange is even more. Look at that. Look at how active the orange is in UV. It's crazy. Here, thermals. Boop. Okay, all right. So we're gonna play that game today, thermals, huh? We're gonna play that game. I'll play that game. Really? Deactivate, unplug, 3, 2, 1, plug them back in, click activate. Huh, where are my thermals? Are they like at a different USB location? Come on, man. I didn't need this today. There they are. Jeez. Thermal imaging, ladies and gentlemen. So yeah, UV glue, when you activate it, it ends up exothermically reacting and creating a little bit of heat. Probably need a little bit more. Try to move the syringe far enough away that I don't accidentally activate it. It's just a little UV light pen. Pretty useful for stuff like this. Ultraviolet glue is great because if you need to undo something you've done, it just peels away. It just peels away. You can just undo it. You're not really going to hold a whole lot of structural stuff with it. You might get away with a little bit, but for like something like this where it's just cosmetic, pretty good stuff. It's good to just be able to set it. That's very clean. Like if you're trying to hold wires down to a circuit board that should never get hot, you can use this stuff. I didn't use it on Burn the Subs because I believe that it's probably going to get hot. Sorry, not Burn the Subs, on this power supply. Okay, there's that. Put these panels in place. And again, I guess all I need to do is just hit the corners. Glue them down. Then everything goes back together. Syringe back over here. I should do a Warhammer figurine painting stream. I don't think I can handle the fan base for Warhammer figurines. I'd start mouthing off about like how they're stupid toys, and everybody would get really mad at me. Good old nerd rage, you know? I'm gonna like support this if I need to here. So the angle's correct. Oh, that one back muscle's killing me right now. It's trying to tense up. How's it going, Robolave? Ow, 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 ow. God damn, what the fuck? What is this? Is a new thing. This is a new thing for Oh Bother, is having one particular back muscle that has like a vendetta against me. It's like out to get me. It's like, I'm gonna flex now. And I'm like, why have you done this? This is pointless. There it goes. Just calm down. It's a glucose level thing more often than not. Whew. Oh, okay, calm down now. Doctor says I need a backiotomy. All right, so all I'm doing is trying to just like hold this thing sort of in place just so it doesn't come out later. And so it looks like it's part of the design and the build. Basically, I just wanted to break up the 3D printed shapes a little bit. And this is my solution. Look at that, 2 little points of heat. Corn's chest is Sangria, not maroon. I can't believe you've done this. The whole fandom ruined. Yeah, gluing models together would be kind of fun, though. I used to do that as a kid. These kinds of things were like building stuff. It's always fun. At least in this, I have like a procedure that I'm going through, right? Like I know all the steps that I need to go through. We get to the actual hardware, that some things are going to get a little hinky, and I'm worried about whether or not my power supply is going to be up to the job. But I guess I can always throttle back. We can always throttle back, chat. My IRL friends are going to be like, there's always a trade-off with computer hardware. Like, you built your computer that way, and the trade-off is that the power supply is very loud. No, that's actually just because I use the wrong kind of fan. Like, it's not really what you say. I don't think you're as smart as you think you are. A back brace. Yeah, I guess the back brace would keep my muscles like in position so that they wouldn't fail me like they are right now. They're not really, I mean, it's not really that bad, but it's just like this one muscle has just taken a vendetta. I'm peeling glue off. Re-injuring it. I don't really have an injury though. That's the thing. I just have one muscle that's deciding to tense up. I don't know what that's about. You know what's fun lately? Stock market. Yeah, I'm glad I'm not one of these stock bros. These guys are having a hard time. I'm having trouble getting this stuff off because the little tiny holes in the grating aren't allowing me to just like cleanly peel off the piece. I guess it can be a little slappy. Only really need this on the corners. Let's see, this would be the outside face. Do a little bit of this. Bit of that. I left an indentation in this. This is one of the more complex models in this entire build. So the plastic here is a little indent where I can glue it down, basically. That's how we're accomplishing this. Probably should have done a different indent, though. I could have glued it down a little bit better. But this UV stuff is great because it's not going to set until I put the light on it. And so I can wait until I get it in proper position, then move this stuff away, and put the light on it. Yeah, it looks like there's too much of a gap there on the outside. Hold on. Ugh. Yeah, it's a little sloppy. As long as it fits. It doesn't. So I need to do a little test fit, huh? It's gonna be red. That is a certainty. Oh yeah, that's pretty good. We can live with that. I can live with those atrocities. Yeah. It's not putting any hurt on the top. Nope. All those screws are nice and held in, so those will have the look that I'm going for. It'll just be a little sloppier than I'd like it to be. I don't know. Is the UV glue soluble in anything? I actually do not know that. It usually picks away, and I know hot glue will basically just let go if you put alcohol, like rubbing alcohol up against it. Because it just gets into the whatever the porous elements are, and it'll just like immediately release. However, UV glue, don't know. Don't know. Generally, I'd mechanically separate it like this. Just like chicken. Boy, where is that going? I hear little clinking, like doink noises when I do that, and I don't know where the little piece of stuff went. It's kind of a little nerve-wracking, because you don't know what it's getting into. Hot glue is barely glue. Oh no, I took a little too much of that corner off. Crap. Well, it's actually not visible. Okay, good. It's actually not visible. All right, press that a little bit. Get a little dab up there. It's gonna start falling out as I. All right. All right, all right. Live with this. I can work with this. It's okay. It's okay. Don't cry. Don't tell Dad. There. Gotta get this thing back in position. It's kind of a tough customer here. Fuck! Shit, fuck, I got it everywhere. That's not gonna... Okay, that won't be too bad. I tried to watch a video that I saw Kryken was watching on his stream about Warhammer lore. I've never been so confused in my life. It doesn't make any goddamn sense. I don't understand what people see in that. I guess it's probably the same if you look at like Star Trek lore. It's probably the same goddamn thing. But oh boy. Because it's like, okay, so it just starts out with these huge political structures, right? These huge political structures, and I'm like, why are we in space? Like, what happened? What's going on here? Like, who made the power armor, and what's that about? No, it's like in this year, this Inquisitor decided to, and I'm like, I don't care. I don't care. I'm like, why is Angry Man in power armor? That's all I care about. I don't care about the lore of Warhammer. It's just cool. I don't know. It's an excuse to get nerds to buy action figures that have like sword swingy things on them, right? Like there's always the excuse that makes swords viable. I had space escape on all games with lore. I don't do that. I'm not one of those people. My friend is the one friend that I do all the gaming with. He does that a lot. He does not do lore. I do. I enjoy stories. But I don't want to open up a history textbook, you know? Warhammer lore gets weird when you play out a campaign that differs from canon. Yeah. Well, you know, it's just how they get elves and orcs and humans and dwarves and all that stuff together. It's just a little bit, I don't know, Warhammer's a little bit more blatant. They're all sitting there in their big armor like, praise the Emperor. It's like, all right. I don't know. I'm sure it's fine when you get into it. Nothing against people who are into it. I don't know. That video just started off with, like, it started off like a history textbook. I was like, what the hell is this? I'm too old to learn this shit. What is this? With fanfics, lore, history, you're saying rules don't really matter. Well, every franchise tries to do that. You know, like Dune. Dune's like, we got shields, so we fight with knives, not guns. They all got to do that. I guess it's a necessary thing, if depending on the story you want to tell. Like Lord of the Rings, but we're in space. Why are we in space? I don't know. Fuck. Even Star Trek does that. Is that seated properly? No. This is going to be very sloppy. Mainly because it's just a redux of what was already there, but if I cut new panels, this would have fit in a lot better. I need to anchor it. I'll check on the 3D print in just a sec. Friend of mine's super into Warhammer, and he has $10,000 in books. Damn, dude, a nerd and their money. Seems to always be the goal. To part one another. Yeah, these places are just like salivating over nerd money, huh? They love it. They love that stuff. Why does it cost this much? I don't know, it's rare. Because we're too lazy to make a lot of it. Oh, that's amazing. Only I have this. Cough, cough. NFT, cough, cough. It's only mine. I am the owner. I think this slipped and it's too low. Is that gonna look okay? Remember, this is entirely cosmetic, what I'm doing right now. We will get to the nitty-gritty on this computer build. We will. We just have to do this stuff for a little bit. Oh, dear God. It's completely wrong. Look at how wrong it is. Oh, my God. Oh, it's terrible. Okay, hold on. Let's get this out of there. Get him out of there. Jeez. Yeah, something like that. NFT version of lore. I got my Bored Ape NFT Warhammer lore. Only I own this computer-generated numerical picture creator that could be in a children's coloring book. Shit. It's not good. Took that whole corner off. I think that's still going to be visible. Yeah, that'll be visible. I don't want to cut new ones. I'm tearing my nails up trying to peel this off. Well, I'm in the interest of getting this done. I should redesign this, and I probably could redesign it to have like a hexagonal pattern on the outside, and then maybe. Hold on. Maybe make it like screw together a little bit better. I just don't want my nails catching on anything else. I need to stop using them as pry tools. Flush cutters and nails. Name a better pair. Having a nail stream. There we go. That'll keep it from splitting. I guess I could also use the UV glue to do that too. HD motorcycles? Yeah, what is that? I don't know what that is. You've named a thing that I don't know. So the cut's going to be a little bit visible. That was a mistake, but whatever. Oh, Harley Davidson. Oh, yeah, I should have guessed. I should have guessed that. Well, whatever. Whatever. We'll just deal with it. Deal with it. Keep rolling. So I need to somehow get that to UV glue in. But it's tough to hold down. Rare Harry Potter motorcycles available on eBay. Yeah, I can do it like this. Rare Hewlett Packard. That. Nope. Fuck. I'm trying to go quickly and it's just not working out. I'm going too fast. That's my problem. It's always my problem. Because I want it to be fun for you guys to play along. Yeah, it's that corner isn't exactly fitting in. All right, I can glue that down like that, I guess. Where's my thing? Can't touch my face. I just got UV glue all over me, and I can feel a hair going into my eye. Oh, that's the worst. I have a hair, like, dangling in my eye, and yet my fingers are covered in glue. Okay, I can spare a finger. I'm gonna glue all my eyelashes down by accident. All right, good enough, I guess. It's not gonna be perfect by any means, but that'll hold it together at least enough that I can get glue all over it again. And if I need to, I can pull this thing apart and rebuild it. The reason that I built this thing around this, first of all, is just to give it that look. It'll just give it a look of belonging in the computer, but also because there's some scrapes and bumps and scratches on this thing. What's in the box? It's capacitors that enable my power supply to stabilize the output power. They're necessary for the operation of the system, but also this allows a mounting point for it, for this whole brick. So now I need to glue the top and the bottom half together. Do a little bit of that, a little bit of, nope, fuck, whatever. UV glue is kind of fun to work with. As long as everything remains shiny on the outside, it should be relatively masked. As long as I'm getting a lot of it squishing out on that. All right, now we just set it. This elsewhere. Try to keep weight on it while I set it. You can see that activating. Look, returning my own PSU. Oh, running my own PSU would be terrifying. Yes. Oh, yes, it is. It's absolutely terrifying. It really is. It is possibly one of the most frightening things that I've ever done, is relying on my own PSU. And what you guys haven't seen is that in the past, I've done a lot of vetting of the system, I ran the PSU on a bunch of halogen bulbs. If you're trying to test out a like a 12-volt supply, halogen lights are the cheapest way to do it, because they run off of 12 volts AC or DC. And so you can run 12-volt DC off the halogen and do a watt conversion on the whole thing. But then you need to cool them off, because they don't run cold, being that they're halogen lamps. So I ran this power supply up against a lot of halogen bulbs to get it near its maximum limits. Look at how red that is. Holy shit. It doesn't look amazing. It still looks kind of like a child built it, but it is very red now. That's not set fully. Please, I need you to set. This glue is quite weak. It barely does anything. It's more of a lacquer than anything else. But this is the only place that I'm using it. And I could probably redesign, let's be honest, I could probably redesign this so that it maybe is a little taller. And instead of, I should probably do that, you know? I'm kind of feeling that. I think, yeah, this red becomes pink. I don't like how it's pink on the camera. And it is in real life, too. But I think what I could do is redesign this to be a little bit taller, and then the screws would actually hold it together. I think that's probably what I need to do. Later. I'll do it later. Because I can have the screws just hold on like a top plate or something. But I don't want to put supports that go all the way up. The filament doesn't care, it just wants current. The filament? Digging through some of my grandfather's stuff and found incandescent bulb from the 60s. I was amazed at how much it sucked. Yeah. I mean, yeah, the filament, whatever, but yeah, the halogen bulbs are the easiest way to get to big currents. All right, so there's the new power brick. I went together a little bit more smoothly than I thought it would. only by a small margin. You can still see that the majority of things here are still not red. We're gonna fix that. So let's move through and do the next part. So that we can place over there. I'm glad that that scorching is not accompanied with fire, because that would have been a pretty bad practical joke on me. So this fan is literally just pushed in to the supports. And we can just remake this one. That's an easy one. Let me go get the parts for that. I have everything kind of like staged off to the side, so. This one's looking a little pink too. That's like the most red piece of anything we've done so far. This one's like a little pink. Ugh. I gotta live with it though, because I wanted this to be done. I want it to be done. No more faffing about. Where'd my hole tool go? There it is. Okay, so I might have a problem with this one too. Maybe we'll have to use the UV glue on it. Because if all of these are gapped to be the same distance that the previous screws were, we're gonna have the same trouble with this one as we are gonna have as we had with the top panel. So pop those out. Now we've got countersunk holes. Let's get the grating out of this one. Now there's no difference between these two. These are the exact same thing. There's no, you know, extra reinforcement or anything like that. I think these are 3 millimeters, and the other ones are 3, but I don't know why the difference is so stark. Well, the grating doesn't make it deeper red. It just makes it look a little... It's like taffy. I don't know. It's weird. It's like... I don't know. You guys have your doubts. It's something like this, right? I wanted that red to be, like, super deep. Alright, so I gotta find all the countersunk screws. I have an absolute buttload of these things from all of the Makerbeam kits that I've bought through the years. These come with the corner cube kits, I believe, among other things. I should have enough. Should have enough of them. That'd be a silly, funny joke if I ran out of screws. When I first saw this, it didn't look homemade. Huh. It's an interesting, yeah. Well, it was homemade. Looks like these fit just fine. I don't know why those other screw holes weren't doing their jobs. Speaking of which, I'm hearing a lot of honking noises. Are they natural honking, or is it failed honking? Having the bin of derelict filaments sitting right in the background like that makes switching to this camera a little bit more harrowing than I think it needs to be. Because I was looking, and in the background, there's all this mess of filament up in the air. And so I thought we had failed completely. I was like, oh no! But it looks like it's printing just fine. These supports are so easy to print because there's nothing that needs to be supported. All it needs to do is just fill in material on these. So these will be done before we know it, and then I'll have replacement parts for the top of the PC ready to go. If you'll notice, I'm doing everything but removing the hardware. I feel like we're going to end up doing that tomorrow. That's why I build all my DIY stuff at a store. But wait a minute. Wait, what does that mean? Oh my God, what have you done to the poor... That just drops right in. That's the easiest part we had today. And then we just rely on the shitty printing quality to hold up that fan. Now, Demethel was saying that the Noctua fan is going to look good with the red print. Let's put his mouth where his money is. Wait, that's not how you say that. I think it looks like shit. I wish the red was deeper. I wish the red was deeper. It's like pink. Maybe when we get more stuff around it, it'll look more natural. I don't know. I don't know. What am I even doing here? I didn't even come into work today. No, it'll be good. It'll be good when it's all together. I'm sure it will. I'm sure it will. It'll look fine. It'll look fine. It won't look completely pink. It won't look like a pink computer that I've built. Pretty princess computer. What the fuck is that? Ew. Okay, hold on. I gotta clean. I can add lights inside. Maybe not. I don't know. If I get around to it. I never get around to that kind of stuff, though. So if there are, I mean, the natural lights of the card and stuff, I'm going to have to make red. Red or... what's the other color on this thing? Blue is too much of a contrast. But the power supply, parts of the power supply are going to end up blue. Unless we replace the LEDs, but I don't think we got time for that today. And then where's Windex? Hello? It's over here. Oh, what the fuck fell into my computer? Neon tubes. I do not know what this is. I must have sneezed really hard and a bunch of freaking brown snot came out and just went in the side of the computer like that. Not my fault. I'm going to leave this orange, by the way. I don't need to replace that. There we go. Orange is actually a subset of brown. All right, this one. This one might suffer the same issues as the other one. I'm not sure. And again, the way that I did these, I actually had a thing in my milling machine that made these all consistent heights. We're not doing that today. Look at that, it's beautiful. But not doing that. As the colorblind sculptor. Yeah, no wonder he likes the muddy brown red of the Noctua fans. That's his medium. He knows it. He works in it. He's already got to deal with it. I didn't know he was making backroom deals. My left eye is itching like you wouldn't believe right now, and it could probably be a pollen reaction because everything was fucking covered in pollen. You'll notice I'm not coughing. I've almost not coughed this entire stream. It's been like one or two. So I'm getting better on that front. It's just oh, these are the non-supported kind. God damn it. All right, so I gotta make some alterations for the supported kind, the slightly stronger version of these that I built. These all go in the garbage. Never to be seen again. Rest in peace, plastic. Die, flipper! Ugh. Oh, I need that stock dolphin noise that I can play every time I throw away plastic. No, they have a little bit of a pink sheen if you get just the right angle on them. The pink is being created because there's not a lot of red stuff to get in the way. On some of the things, they're like, that's very red. The camera's doing its thing, where it kind of like lends a lot of extra red to red. Reds are a little bit too red, but yeah, that's just what we're gonna get today. It's just it doesn't look pink from this angle, but when you get it at just the right light, see that? When it starts reflecting just right, it kind of gets a little bit of an iridescent pink. All right, front panel parts. UV can go away. I would have... I was considering whether or not I wanted to like do UV lighting inside of that build, but yeah, we won't do that. The card stuff is going to be kind of cool. Getting the graphics card all glitzed out, make it look good. So this needs a little bit of extra cutting so that I can fit extra support. All right, there's that one. Same part, different side. That one fits, except for this. Pretty good. Pretty good. All right. I didn't suspect that these would pop out so easily, but they do. I'm happy for that. Okay, I say that just as one fails. Go. Yeah, it just like cracks and then everything comes out. Go. These two. Now, hopefully, our fasteners go into this and grip properly. Otherwise, I'm out a couple hours of printing to put it all together. I think the corners reliably fit. So let me do the corners on one first. We can get the corner fasteners in and then see what the rest are going to be like. Another one of these. Okay, stream's over. Oh no, there it is. Sorry, I got it. I got it. Hearing like a ticking noise in the corner. Not like a typical. It might be one of the fans in the computer acting up. Like, I don't know. Okay, that made a really good grip. I hope the other ones do the same. Yeah, like those fit in just the way that I wanted them to. I don't understand why every single other one has been like, why was the top so difficult? I don't know. I do not know, chat. I do not know. All right, two more of these things. I think I'll have enough fasteners. These have been easy to find so far. It's weird going to like a uniform fastener on the entire build. Yeah, good grip on that one. Why was the top so weird? Maybe there's like a version that I was using that was weird. Because like these I can get just up to that little point of torque where you're about to start affecting it. Is that a penguin? Oh my god. It's Gunter. It's a great emote. I like that. I like Twitch emotes. I really do. I like them. They're fun. All right, let's see. We need 4. Well, now I need 4 of them. Freaking need a haircut is what I need. I need a haircut. My hair is in my eyes, and I can't think straight. Ow. Get all this stuff out of the way. We're making progress, chat. I'm interested to see the aesthetic look of this thing. I am nervous about the performance that we're going to see out of this. I know, you know, half of the crowd is here for the performance, half of the crowd is probably here for the aesthetics. And so, I mean, I'm in it for both. They're coming along great, but I've been slowly stealing Twitch emotes and putting them into Slack. I mean, you know, I've been stealing Twitch emotes and putting them into Twitch. Half of my emotes are just retooled blob emotes from Google, but I think I'm too small fry for Google to care about. Those have the taper on them. I've got more of these that have the... Oh, no, that one doesn't. Okay. These two will do. Yeah. The Hypers is actually the name of that emote. And then I called it Yay. Because in the past, in the before times, you weren't able to rename an emote. So I called it, I think, Hypers at first, and then I did a little edit to it, and then I had to call it Yay. Yeah. Yeah, see, this one doesn't fit now. What the heck? Why do you like that? It might be because of the clearance. Let's try. I'm going to sand down these ends. It's really disappointing that they're not, like, gripping. Oh, shit. Scratch the shit out of that. And I could do the same thing that I did before with the end mill, but I like that it's called Yay. Yeah, I mean, it's just, you know, it was supposed to be Hypers. which apparently is some kind of a Twitch culture thing that I don't get. But yeah, that's why my emotes have the particular names they do. You didn't used to be able to rename them. They were just fixed. They were just fixed. This is the part that printed over support, and with my printer anyway, everybody here will claim that their printer works perfectly right out of the box and everything's great, and it would have been done all the printing by now if I had started at the beginning of stream. But anyway, everybody will claim their printer's better because it has a fan. Mine doesn't have a fan. When it's printing PETG is very drippy. It sags in the middle. It bows, does whatever. So when you're printing support material, you're printing like a structure that's supposed to hold a flat, level surface. And so we relatively get a good flat, level surface. Oh man, Akash raided with 6 people, and I didn't say a goddamn thing. Akash, thank you for the raid before coderushed. I didn't say anything. I'm sorry. So anyway, it sags in between the layers and stuff like that, and so you have a little bit of a separation distance so that you're throwing down cooler plastic and it doesn't really bond. Well, with PETG, I had to set the settings so much that when you do print that supported layer, there's quite a bit of difference between the supported stuff and the actual dimensions of your device. So I have to do stuff like this, like sanding it down in order to make it a consistent and reliable height. See, this clasp is supposed to fit flush. This little piece in the center, this little cod piece, and it's like probably 2 layers off. So I could sit here and do this, which is what I'm doing, or I could set something up that would enable me to sand this down to the fixed height. But I'm doing this. I'm doing this. The other side too. I think that's why the top pieces wouldn't grip properly. So we might not have needed to do what we did over there. I think maybe just not enough threads are hitting the plastic to give us a good little pull on it. Why was the PC LTT colored? What the hell is LTT colored? Why is anything? Why are we here? What is the purpose of this planet? I think LTT is a monopoly on orange and black. I think the Bengals would have a little bit of issue with that. Wait, are they blue? It was HEV suit colored. Yeah, this is what it was. I mean, it was supposed to be orange and blue was the theme before. Orange and blue was supposed to be the theme. EVGA card, I have lighten up blue. I put blue lights on the power supply and 1 orange light. And then the outside was orange and black selectively. Linus is suing now. You used my frequencies. I'm coming for you. Did you not see that those frequencies belong to me? I now own your whole channel. That'd be sad. I do better work than Linus. Fight me IRL. All right, it's like that. Is that fitting properly? Possibly. Okay. So on the other side. Yeah, I like orange. I like my oranges. I gotta get better with color theory, though. Especially in games. So it's good to just, like, steal something else's livery. I'll just become part of the Linus Media Group. Hey, I sent them a resume, man. I almost did become part of the Linus Media Group. Just as a peon. Oh my god, the grip's so much better now. I think our problems with the top layer are... Okay, so this entire print. So, it's part of Ligma Group. Yeah, there you go. It's part of the Thick Saturn Group. And the Wobbly Moon Consortium. The problem with the top layer is that I didn't sand down enough of the material it actually is gripping a lot better now. It was always blue until my siblings thought it was a hacked color. Maybe a god, I had to change to pink. What? Kids and their game theories, I'll tell you. Game theory. All right, gamers. It's game theory time. Yeah, so that'll fix it. It's actually gapped perfectly. It was 0.2 before. We saw that in the 3D model. It was a matter of me sanding down enough of this so that the bolt had full, more than one thread going into the connecting piece. The cod piece, if you will. Pink really makes the teabags thing. It used to be the color for boys. Because of well, literally exactly what we're running into right here. Red and pink, and red used to be the color of hunting and manliness and blah blah blah. And then I don't know, somebody flipped it. Somebody flipped the script. Cod of Duty, that's right. The Cod of Duty piece. It's a decent look. Hey, it's kind of almost like I planned it. Will it run Minesweeper? Not like this. Actually, I think this thing has that irritating built-in graphics in it. So yeah, it probably will. Unfortunately. Nobody can really handle Minesweeper, though. It's more of a mind game than anything else. All right, you go in here. Bada bing, bada bing, bada boom, bada bing. Ugh, there we go. Needed a little coercion. Shaping up. We're starting to get a bit of a look. Starting to get a bit of a look to it. Unfortunately, that reflective pinkness is not something that I can really handle on camera. With the top layer on, I think that's going to look good. I'm not incredibly happy with it, but I think it'll look good. So let's get the other panels sorted out before we get into hardware. Because if I can possibly have this computer running, yeah, we've got like an hour, and I would love to go into overtime, but I think the overtime that I'm going to go into, maybe just figuring out what I need to print for tomorrow, so that we can do basically what I wanted to do today, which was putting together the rest of this hardware and making it all, installing everything and making it all work together. How would black look? I think that would look really good if I did the black rails. I could do like a space gray, like this gray holder, and then I would have the black grating, and then you could do black screws. So just playing with the contrast that way is typically how I do the designs of these builds. But I space gray would look good. The black would blend in a lot, and I don't know if I'd like that. Carbon fiber, obviously I would if I could. It's a lot of thin sections of carbon fiber. But yeah, let's put together some of this other stuff. It looks like everything should work, and the prints that I'm doing right now might just end up in the garbage. Maybe tonight I'll do the sanding on those. Or the filing. I gotta do filing. All right, let's do this. Let's do this. Hey, you come, hey, excuse me? Okay, so that's being held in by the motherboard. That panel is being held in by the motherboard. It's currently unable to come out because of that. Yeah, what we'll do tomorrow, and I'll set it up so that we're completely done with the outside panels tonight, and then tomorrow we'll put the motherboard, the graphics card in, plug that all up, plug up all the holes, and then boot it up and see how it is. So I kind of want this PC to run tonight. I kind of want a PC to get through the evening, How can we remove this without removing this? I think maybe I can get the screws on the outside and the whole thing will just like fly up. I think that'll work. I think that'll work. Let's see, screwdriver. I gotta put my tools away. Otherwise, I'm not going to be able to find anything. I guess I put it away. Yeah. No, no. It's out. It's out. It's here somewhere. There it is. Under the file. Okay. I'm excited to get this hardware working here. I don't want to scratch my video card. Put my brand new calipers away. Oh, it's starbursts. Yeah, that's the kind of the color palette, isn't it? That darker silver filament that I got, the space gray PETG, would do really well here too. And I think it would look really good in contrast with the blacks, but I didn't decide to go with that because it's sort of a deeper gray. And I'm sick of the Makerbeam anodization. I don't like it that much. So I decided to brighten things up a little bit instead of making a completely stealth PC, which those are fun. You know, I could make the stealth PC and then make it like very subtly light up, which has its own appeal. But nah, I want it to be bright and happy. Although I am going with red, gray, and black, so that's not really that happy. Not really that happy. I was gonna go purple. I think Chad had a problem with purple. The purple that I had also kind of looked like a McDonald's play place. It wasn't really a good purple. There we go. We finally got that one out of there. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to get the new one in unless I install it in place. Which I guess we could do. I guess I could do that. Just install it in place. Here, let's try doing that. All this stuff just goes in the ocean. I throw all my old 3D prints in the ocean. Not right in the ocean, chat. I actually go out to where it's legal. I gotta go far enough out. Usually there are some whales around that I can kind of like target with it. But out there, get that out of the way. The Hamburglar PC, yeah. No, it'd be the Grimace PC because of that shade of purple. All right, so I need 8 of these. 8 more of these things. I'm using up a lot of these countersunk screws. I'm happy for that. I don't have any left. They're all gone. No, I actually have tons of them. I'm using the dump the screw out onto the table method of just dumping the screw out onto the table and then looking for it in the pile. Yeah, I know my McDonald's deep lore. I was a kid in the 80s. Barely. McDonald's deep lore. McDonald's 40K. I think that's been done, hasn't it? Maybe they'll come out with that mod for the new 40K game. Make it the McDonald's 40K. You got Ronald McDonald on a throne. Hamburglers in power armor. Ronald McDonald is not even alive. He's more machine than man. 2 more. Would you like fries with that? I don't know. Yes, I am using a riser cable, and it is a 3M riser cable that I bought a long time ago. I don't know how it is up to spec these days, or if there is a replacement product that meets spec, because this is expensive. This is an $80 cable. It is very well made. It is made for better purposes than your typical riser cable. Your typical riser cable is mostly made up of non-twisted pair, solid conductor IDC style cable that's just taking pin for pin from point to point. This is a paired cable that I believe is twisted like it should be in spec, and it's fully shielded, and it has strain relief on the ends. It is a much better cable than what you would typically get with a riser setup. But it's not the new spec. It's an old spec, and so it might not, it's probably going to do PCIe 3. I'll probably have to tell the motherboard that it's not PCIe 4 which is unfortunate. No, I don't think we're going to get to power today. I think that's for tomorrow, because tomorrow we can do the hardware swap out, and that'll take us 5 minutes. You know, the stuff that we ran into today, at least I know what I'm up against, and I can get everything prepped for the next stream. Let me get the pieces for the side panel. We're going to be able to get a very good impression of what this looks like. And then we got to rebuild the power supply fan thingy, which is going to take us a little bit of time today, too. I want to get all these outer panels done today, and I'll revisit the top piece later on tonight, personally. I'm going to take this matter personally, because I need to do this. I'm going to be covered in little bits of plastic. The only unfortunate part is that my 3D printer is not as reliable on the support material as it should be. I'm excited about this build, though. I think it's going to be a very nice computer when I'm done. A little concerned with the underpowering of it. You know, how much I need to throttle things back. Should probably be okay. And we'll try it at first and fail. We'll have it crash. Have it crash and burn a couple times before we settle in on how it should be tuned. I have, well, I'll have to install, you know, Prime 95 for Mark, and then we'll hit it with Super Collider and see where we fall. We can compare it to Roboz's 3090. I don't think it's going to be up to that spec, though. I don't think we're going to get anywhere close. Also, I don't think I have him friended on Steam, so. Increase the wattage of your PSU. Yes, but I need to build a new circuit board for it. And it doesn't exactly, like, I guess I could fit a third module in there. I could do a third module in line with everything else. So yeah, I could rebuild this. The whole circuit board would move down, and then there would be another module up here. And so I'd probably need to, because the design files for that board, I don't have anymore. I have the schematics and stuff like that, obviously, but I don't have the design files for Eagle. So I'd need to build it in Fusion Eagle, and I need to find all those parts in Fusion Eagle and wrangle it all together. It's not all that complicated, so I guess I could do that. And then we'd need to put the module in the milling machine and mill off the little wings that it has. I had to modify the modules in order to run them. They're too wide. It would all fit on that heatsink. There would still be the same amount of fans on it, though. That would be a little concerning. Not more, there would be more cooling. There would just be more heat generated from a higher wattage. Oh, God. Well, if I have to, I'll do it, but... Was that the one that they sued or whatever? The original McDonald, Ronald McDonald? Where is my mouse on this machine? Hello? Where the okay, hold on. I don't have a mouse on my main computer. Oh, it's because it's not touching a surface. You know, I finally gained back my whole desk by moving the simulator setup, and it turns out I don't have any room at all. Oh, that's not really that bad. It's just a clown doll. Everybody's so scared of clowns. I guess that's really not a misplaced fear. I'll say that. Remember when clowns are all over the news? People are dressing up like clowns to do violent acts. That was a weird time. All right, there's that. I gotta pop out the holes on the sides. Hole punch tool. Oh, there it is. It's under some stuff. I was hoping this would go a lot faster, but we just had some troubles with the 3D prints early on. Luckily, these are... I thought I'd have to take the drill to do these countersunk bits, but they work fine. They could have been oversized a little bit more, because they don't exactly allow the countersunk thing to fall in fully. Some of them do, some of them don't, though. It's a weird part. That's probably should be done over here first. See, if I can still use my computer tonight, I'll be very happy, because that'll be quality of life. And then tomorrow, we can... How did this thing even... It, like, pivoted in. . Tomorrow we can do the full hardware swap out. Whoa, that seems wrong. That didn't feel right. It didn't feel right. Oh, is there like a... Did I have to do a modification on the orange one, I guess? Yeah, I probably did. Okay. So I'll do a little cutaway on like right here. Or I can just file it. I can just file it right here. The chest had a bag in it which blows the whistle. That's not going to be enough of a cutaway, is it? Just needs a little bit. I mean, or I can just, like, just wedge it. Yeah, there we go. A little bit more support on that end. And one right here. Those just kind of hang out there. And then we get our two panels. And grating. But these need to be opened up a little bit because of the new support style that makes it strong enough that it's not going to bust open immediately. It wasn't very strong before. So these little ends were kind of flimsy. Pretty good, pretty good. Other side. Make sure those go on the ground. I find those later. I was finding those months after the previous build because they shot out of the flush cutters and just went wherever the hell they wanted. A little bit less right there. All right, good to go. Put that in. This is a very unique build. This is a very weird build. I love this kind of thing. You guys do too. We'll get to the more PC part of the PC build tomorrow. But for now, we're just dealing with the hardware. And we've gone Team Red just because I figured if Polymaker had such a brilliant deep blue, then they would definitely have a brilliant deep red. I'm thinking this would have looked better in blue. This probably would have looked a lot better in blue, and I probably should have said, fuck off, chat, and just built my own computer. But unfortunately, the voices in my head said, why wouldn't you go red? It's a no-brainer. And so I did. This stuff's looking a little pink, though. Did the best I could, raising the temperature and whatnot of the filament. But you only get so far. Maybe if I put like red lights on it. Oh, I need two more of the things. Okay, hold on. This is all chat's fault. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Chat's just not cut out for any of this. Chat's a terrible design consultant. Oh, that's where I'll leave that. That's all I'll say about that. Oh, guess where the printer finished? The one with the big booger coming off of it. I've tried to alter the end command so that it does a retract, but it didn't work. So I got to figure out how to make it not string like that on the very last part of the print. There's probably a setting that somebody in chat's going to tell me about, and I'll immediately forget. Hello? Where is this thing? Hold on. You gotta get the angle just right, and then it starts biting into the plastic. There it goes. Jeez. Takes a little bit. There it goes. Next. all the fitment on everything is just a little bit weird. I gotta make sure that I'm not collapsing the hole as I try to drill into it with the screw, because the screw is not a it's not like a wood screw, you know. It's a very much a machine screw, and it's supposed to be fitting into something with threads that's just as strong as it, not a soft plastic like it is here. When it bites, you can feel it. I'm not feeling it. Hold on, I think what I did is exactly what I was describing, is I busted out the edges of the hole and made it hard for the machine screw to get in there. And just do that. That'll open it up a little bit. That was just a tapered pin tool. Son of a bitch. Oh, there it is. Okay, cool. Got it. Phew. All right. Ow. That was a piece of my fingernail from before. What the heck? That almost drew blood. What is happening here? Okay, all right. Moving on. Aside from my bloodthirsty fingernails, what the hell? Shit ain't fair. I'm just trying to make my way out here, and these freaking fingernails are attacking me. It's a fucking weirdo vampire movie or something. The hell, this ain't a horror game. What is this? All right, more panels going on, more of the look of the computers being achieved. Minute by minute, the build increases in power. There we go. Another panel down. Take a look at the corner view and see what that looks like, at least with the old hardware in it. Where's my notch? There it is. Notches like that, just like that. It's looking a lot different than it was before. I mean, the panels do look a lot more red when they're installed in contrast to the black grading. You know, they still, sometimes they take on a little bit of pink, but physics is temporarily broken in my father's workshop. Oh no, my worst fear. I think as I add red to it, when the graphics card goes in, along with its accompanying panels, it's gonna look pretty red. Maybe too red. Maybe a little too red. I ain't no commie. I gotta add white and blue. Actually, I could have done red, white, and blue, huh? I got the blue. The white would just be gray. Red, gray, and blue. I've got an eagle boner just thinking about it. All right, on to the power supply. This is the most annoying one, but at least we know how to get it to go together. America. So this is a difficult customer, mainly because it has an electrical element to it. So this wire right here, what I have glued down, goes all the way over to this panel here. Oh, this is going to be a huge pain in my ass, guys. This will be fun. This will be fun. Fun, 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 fun. Fun, he says through gritted teeth. Yeah, this is a big power distribution project. I guess I'll unplug it from this part of the board. And I'll just have to use tweezers to plug it back in. Long tweezers, no less. So this is, these two panels work in conjunction. They've got a circuit board sitting on either end that then breaks the fans out and distributes them. Cacophony's still here. Ah, man. All right, let's get to this. So we're going to redify this thing. This thing's going to be red. So first off, I need to shave down the ends so that they fit properly and that my screws get a grip. And then we'll have to transfer all this stuff over. And I got to use UV glue to hold everything together. That's the difficult part. They're not that easy to swap out, unfortunately. All right, let's see here. These two, it's basically, I'm running out of parts, which is good. when we do the graphics card, we'll press fit the lettering into the panels that I've created. We got a nice fancy looking thing for the back. But that'll be either tomorrow or we just do that today. Why is one of the fans reversed? We ran tests. We tested it with 6 fans sucking out of this thing, and there was an inability of the fans to gain enough air to get up to full speed. There's a restriction from the fins. So what we're doing is damn Finnish people. So what we're doing is we're injecting air of one fan and extracting it with 1-2. And then in here and in the front panel, that's where that extra air gets in. So there's kind of a circular pattern going on with the air. It's worked okay for cooling. I haven't had any emergency situations that I know about because I don't have any indicators for emergency situations. I haven't had the computer shut down. It's been running perfectly fine. Then again, this hardware is all spec'd very carefully, unlike what we're doing now, where the hardware is spec'd to the point where we got the right answer and then we didn't look back at it. So there's a little bit of a difference between finding the answer you're looking for and actually doing research. We did the former, and I might suffer for it. But that's the fun. That's what today and tomorrow are all about. No, I didn't do those tests. Well, no, I did do those tests on stream. Yeah, I did those tests on stream. We took, what were we using? We were using something for smoke, and I forget what. It wasn't vaping. I don't have like a neutral vape. I don't have any vaping stuff. It's stupid. Don't do it. But I don't have like a neutral smoke vape. We might have used a laser to make smoke, or I might have lit something on fire. I might have used a piece of paper. I forget. All right, let's prep these before anything else. I don't remember what we used. It wasn't incense. I don't have any of that. I think I bought some incense for Burn the Subs for the smoke extractor, and it was too stinky. I thought I was buying something a little bit more neutral. Yeah, maybe it was burning paper. That's usually my go-to. I'll just burn paper at the drop of a hat. What time is it? Oh, I gotta burn paper now. That's all I got. That's all I got, Chad. It's all that I have in life. And you won't even allow me that. You won't even allow me that. It's all I have. Thank you guys for joining me today. I appreciate having company while I'm working on something like this. I'm doing airport shuttle tomorrow, and that might get me up early enough that we might spend all of Friday working on this. It might be an early day. You guys don't have to be there. You can do the revolving door thing. You can show up. You're not going to hurt my feelings, because I don't have feelings, because I'm a streamer. I have a rock where my heart should go, and I like it that way. No, seriously, like I don't mind people coming and going. You know, we get annoyed with the sort of newbie questions, but that's just the nature of the game. Wow, I sanded that so crooked that I have significantly weakened. Hope that goes together well. This stuff, when you file it, it files away a lot faster than I give it credit for. This is why using the milling machine with a specified height was a much better idea, because I could just pass it into that and it would just zoop. It would just make it exactly the right height instead of me sanding this down into oblivion. We should play Oblivion when I'm done. You guys ever hear of that game? Kind of a hidden gem, that game. Elder Scrolls Oblivion. I don't think a lot of people have really ever heard of it. Jeez, there's a lot of waste material on top of this thing. So this one actually has a chamfer on it, or a fillet on it, because it sticks out from the rest of the case. It sticks out of the side, so I softened the edge a little bit so it doesn't look like just like a square protruding out of the side. Oblivion on a steering wheel. How the fuck? How would that even... Oh, my brain. Ow. What are you doing to my brain? All right. Punch. There it is. Wow, a lot of people in chat have heard of that game. You guys must be into weird games, weird eclectic games that nobody's ever heard of. I wish my Xbox Live hours on games like that translated over to Steam. Be able to see exactly how long I've played Fallout New Vegas. Mainly because I'd be traveling from one place to another, and I would fall asleep. And then I'd wake up to the ambient world noise of Fallout New Vegas. Not a bad place to be. Will anybody notice if I just put orange on top of the... No, that everyone will see that forever. They'll all know, and they'll all start laughing. I put a lot of sleep hours into that game. I should find some wacky mods and do a New Vegas stream. Maybe a Fallout 4 stream, considering that I'm building a fucking computer right now. maybe, just maybe, I should lean into the hardware a little bit, huh? I'm gonna end up building this thing and just playing Vampire Survivor. They should track idle hours. How many hours have you been just standing? Yeah, that would be hilarious, actually. That would definitely put New Vegas as my top idle hours game. I don't think I fell asleep when I was playing Oblivion. New Vegas just had that ambiance, and you're just like, my brain, and then you just fall asleep. Oh yeah, gap these a little bit more. Just that little bit makes all the difference. Am I really showing what I'm doing, or am I? I'm like, half of this is just me working. I'm working on this thing. I'm building it. You know, I have you guys here just so I have something to ramble to, keep a little bit of my sanity throughout this process, and also because you guys have a lot of good, helpful computer advice when it comes down to the nitty-gritty. But I'm not necessarily watching my camera angles, and I really need to, so that I'm broadcasting something that's fun to watch. It's half of the battle. Okay. I hope this has been entertaining. Some people are into it. Those people should be shunned. Should be shamed in a public square. I am helpful. Least helpful comment award goes to Pseudo. All right, so that one fits now to the other end. Cool. Okay, so now that just fits onto the back panels, and then we'll fit the fans in there, and those need to get sort of glued into place, basically. I mean, they're not glued down. It's the structure of the ridges, the weird errors on the small radius circles that we've created that are actually holding those fans together. I was going to put screws in there, but they're pointless. The screws just break off, and all we need is a post to kind of hold the fan between the heatsink and the outer piece. So, and then I need to find 8 more of these little Johns. These little jib jabs over here. I gotta find 8 more of them. These are getting on to be the last ones that I need, though, which is pretty cool. Cool that I've had enough. I think you've had enough. So this definitely is using up an entire piece of hardware that I've been meaning to put to something. I've been trying to use them as much as possible, but it's tough to find uses for these big hex countersunk screws. And now they comprise most of the construction of my PC, my gaming rig, my gaming setup. I'm a gamer. One more. I just need one more. It might be in this pile, but I can just refresh here. Inevitably, I find one. This project is, I think, I pulled a Rich Evans, and now I don't know how to say necessity. It's a necessity to use up all of this hardware. a Berenstein Bears thing. Is the Mojave thing. The one that kills me is everybody like winter's coming, and then they made a meme that was like, look out in the future for the thing that I'm warning you of. And it's like, what? Like, that's not the line. It's just winter's coming. That's it. It's supposed to be vaguely threatening. Not like, I am directly talking about a thing that is happening in the future and holding a sword. My name's Sean Bean. What is this? What have you done to this poor scene? All right, let's get the other side. Hey, it's me, Beanie Man. Pass me the keys to my truck. Sunday night, there's a total lunar eclipse. Well, hot diggity Daniel. That's good. What? Okay. Hold for not wanting to drop something on the floor. Where did the fastener go? Okay, it's in the frame. I got it. I grabbed it before it fell. You guys don't get the same views that I do here. All right, we'll go like this. I'll have a camera directly in my face. The screw hole has like a bunch of nonsense on it. So, let's do one of these. Damn it. What was that? That was the hole tool. I'm not even going to need that for the rest of the stream. There it is. It fell on the ground. I can't do anything about it. It's gone forever. So I can punch out that hole a little bit. That's going to move all that stuff to the edges. So I'll get a really good grip on that hole, but it looks like there's a lot of nonsense in there. So I'm going to punch it a little bit more. Hopefully that won't produce a loose fit, because I do not want that. At least I know how to fix the top now. And that's just going to be me and the file spending some quality time off stream. I'll be able to make all of those fasteners grip very nicely indeed. It's just that the, hello? What do you... Why? Why do you do this to me? I think there's too much material, which is another one of those problems that we have. Oh, there it is. Now, well, it's trying, but I think it needs to move so much material that it's not really settling in. It looks like it's see, there's all kinds of mechanical issues when you do screws like this in plastic. And the one that I'm having right now is that there's too much material in the screw hole, so the screw can't actually push that material out, and the area that the threads should be making a better grip on ends up becoming just basically like a what do you call that? A corkscrew. I don't know. What is that name for that? It's like an Archimedes screw, where it's just like moving the material up. Yeah, that's what's happening there. No, not a wine, not a cork screw. Not impeller. But yeah, that's a stripped hole. It ends up being stripped. Auger. Yeah, that's the word I'm looking for. Thank you. That's where you do that that trick to I don't know the word in English. Oh, he speaks another language. Oh, how cultured. I don't know the word in English. They go bastard. I only speak Brooklynese. From Brooklyn. This Mr. Sarkamotes. He always says hi whenever I say something in his channel. He's Sark's a good guy. He's nice. He's nice to his peoples. People seem to like him a lot. I haven't watched a lot of his content. I catch him every now and then now. I didn't really know about him before, but he's good people. All right, let's move on to this one. And we move the fans over to here, and then we attach the fans. And then we are ready for the next phase. We'll come back tomorrow with the next phase. But this should only take a couple more minutes here. And then we'll be able to at least put the lid on and kind of see how everything is supposed to look. Then to use captured nuts. I don't like to waste that much metal, you know? The plastic has worked really well on this. The only problem with the plastic is that the support material is what was getting in the way. Having printed on support material is what was getting in the way. And, you know, maybe there's a way that I could have... I was thinking about this before. Maybe there's a way that I could have supported things a little bit differently in order to make these panels work out better. I don't have the engineering chops. I didn't come up with a good method for that to get this to screw together and make this shape. What a weird shade of red. It's not, I'm not totally happy with it. It's not bad. It's just like the pink that's coming in through the reflections is just the iridescent pink. It's not supposed to be like that. All right, so this is all held together with UV glue, I believe. I don't know what the ends are held on with. Is there a screw through them? I think there's the possibility of that, but I think they just wedge into place. And then the wires are held down with just dollops of UV glue. So we can just get this out of here. Get my circuit board out of your print. I probably need a pair of pliers for that. Ooh, these are also held in place with UV. And I didn't leave a channel in the thing. Yeah, these are the 40mm Noctuas. They move a decent amount of air. Moreover, they're just quiet. That's sort of their thing, is just they're quiet. Oh, it's double-sided tape to the end. Ugh. Use that 3M stuff, the really nasty double-sided stuff. Could just unplug the end and deal with this separately. Gotta be careful not to kill any of the connectors, though, when I do this. These are fairly fragile just by virtue of their size. Ow, 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 ow. Using a lot of force to pry this thing apart. It's held together very well because I used freaking VHB tape. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Look at that. Look at the indent on my finger that left. It's held in there fairly well. So I could just cut it. It's not like I'm gonna get any sticking out of this thing. Give it a cut. So tomorrow I do the airport shuttle thing. When I get back, I'm gonna want to work on this. Depending on what I need to do, apart from you guys or with you guys, depends on, you know, that'll dictate whether or not I start stream. It looks like I delaminated some of the plastic on this. So weird. Oh, I hope I didn't just scratch the circuit board. Yeah, VHB, good luck. I know, that's what I'm... If I had a little bit more leverage on it, it probably would have come off easier, but it was pulling the plastic apart. Alright, I don't think I scratched it any. That goes right there. I don't really think I need to use the tape on this. Now, one of the things that I want to do is press all these cables down into this space here. I need to do that with tweezers. You need to press the cables down into this space, otherwise they get in the way. Ay, ay. And I could have probably had just like a little cutout there for them. Oh, bash the camera. There we go. Now you guys feel like you're actually helping. Chad is helping. Everybody's helping. I'm not helping. Get that guy. All right. Press that down into there. Down into there. Yeah, so what's going to end up happening is I'm going to have this hardware to use tonight. I'll get all my ducks in a row for tomorrow. Tomorrow, we get all of this stuff placed into the computer, and we'll do some C trials with it. See what it's capable of. See if it can't run a game on it even. Maybe it'll run Minecraft. I don't know. I don't want to install the ray tracing Minecraft though. I don't want to do that. No, I don't want that. I don't want that. I have hell ping. It's close. It's close. I'll accept it. You and Groovy something. Terrible, terrible pings. All things considered, I probably shouldn't need the UV glue on this. I put it on the other one just to make it like clean, but this is pretty clean if I can get these wires to just cooperate. Except when I pull this panel, it'll end up puking the wires everywhere, but that's one side. God, that could have done a little better with the hiding of the wires, huh? I don't know. Maybe there would be a method of putting like a trough there somehow. This one's a fair bit more complicated, and there's a big dollop of UV right here. I guess I didn't believe that I would be coming back to this. Oh boy, that is a big dollop of UV. I'm gonna have to do a little archaeology. Nope, never mind, I got it. Cracked half of it off. Half off! Ugh, all right, get that out of the way. Oh, there's a lot of clashing going on upstairs. I think putting away dishes violently is what's going on. Okay, so the UV glue, once again, not the best substance in the world, but it allows me to create, you know, to kind of hold stuff together and then be able to just break it off when I need to. But it's getting a little dicey in this area. All right. I accept that. What the? Yeah, it's like, it's really in there. I really tried to get this to stay in the right spot, didn't I? Ah, damn it. Wow. I'm using forces that are they're powerful enough to break skin, and so I'm kind of being careful about my vectors on this thing. You know, where is it going to go when it breaks? I need to just extract these wires from the inside, and they're covered in this stuff. Oh, there it goes. Okay, that's what I needed. You can kind of break it up into little sections, and then it'll eventually come off. Don't want to sever my wires. I don't really know if there's anything that undoes UV glue. Boy, that's a lot of the stuff right there, huh? I think I was probably cursing future me when I was working on this. Nope, if I pressed down on that, that would have cut the whole thing. You kind of gotta get it to shatter enough that your wire can be peeled out of it, which I haven't done yet. All right, maybe we just leave that alone. Maybe that one just stays like that. You looked into it? Did you find anything? It's like acetone, then I just can't use it. Heat and cold. All right, maybe. Yeah. All right, and then this is going to need a knife. I can't peel that one off. That hurts. Move my fingers out of the pathway there. Sheesh. This stuff, VHB tape, I'll tell you what, chat, use this stuff properly if you want to attach two things permanently. And that's that, you know? There's no getting around it. VHB is some evil stuff. I'm putting like legitimate force into this and it's just not moving. There it goes, okay. All right, now on the other end, put everything back the way we found it. Like nothing ever happened. What do you mean? Nothing ever happened. We didn't do anything. It's fine. It's fine. This goes like that. What we need to do is put the fans in, and then I need to use tweezers to kind of press the wires in place. This one goes this way. Or the wires will just fall in. That works too. But then that pressure fit is what kind of holds this whole thing together. There. I think our 3D print is done, even though it's a useless 3D print. Yeah, it's just sitting there making noises. It'll make these stretching, crackling noises while actually this isn't going to go down properly unless this is above it. Needs to be almost pulled out, and this too. Otherwise, these fans don't seat all the way down. I can't believe that dust, that static dust, got into like just the wire. I mean, it's carrying a high voltage DC. Okay, medium voltage if you're one of these electronics, like electrical nerds. That's like, you know, medium, high voltage is not. It has to be above 300 volts to be high voltage. Like that, I got that comment on Reddit, and I was about to throw out my computer. But yeah, so apparently that voltage in DC is enough to promote static electricity, and so it creates an attraction to fine particulate dust. So it looked like the whole thing had lit on fire. It looked like the whole thing was burning, but it turns out it's just a very fine particle dust. Obviously, I don't have a spectrometer. I didn't test it to see exactly what it was, but because it was on all of the high voltage DC lines on the circuit board too, and there was no carbon anywhere. It was just white dust everywhere, no carbon. You would look for the signature carbon if something was actually burning. Now, silicon wire does give off, like if you burn it, it does have like kind of a white hue, and it's similar to that. But the traces of the circuit board don't explain that. They don't fit in with that theory. So I don't know. I think it was just dust. I think it's just static electricity created by the high voltage promoting stiction of dust particles. Particles. Got him. Fucking got him. They didn't stand a chance. I didn't even know what hit him. UK high voltage is 100 volt AC, 1000 volt AC. That's why I put medium, danger medium voltage on the power supply. And it's like enough of a warning label that you're like, what? Like, hey, what, huh? What does that mean? Because, yeah, that was the comment that I was getting. Like, it's not actually high voltage. Dude, it's enough volts to make you question your life choices. I would put that in the category of high voltage, but whatever. You know, I had to actually, like, in order to satisfy Reddit, for some reason I was trying to do that, which is always a mistake. I had to look up a lot of the standards for design of circuit boards regarding high voltage, like AC current, and how to separate things to the specification, so that when angry Redditors hauled up upon me with their Doritos in a tizzy and their Mountain Dew's outright shaken, I could actually tell them that I, in fact, have yet to play my trap card, which is that I followed all the specs. So, I followed all the specifications on this power supply. It looked like volcanic ash, yeah. Weird stuff. Very fine particle. I mean, particle. Particle is what I meant to say. It was not, particle wasn't the word. It was the wrong word. Oh god, there's like a big excess of the stuff on the end. Made these wires a little bit too long. Goes in there, and I gotta be careful of these wires because they're tough to replace. They are replaceable. I have all the parts. You know, I bought extras when I bought these components, but they are tough to work with. I've been smacked 5 times with 240 volts. It tickles. Yeah, I mean, that's the one thing about US power standards and the way we do things with 120 volts. I mean, our kettles don't boil as quickly, but if you're working on appliances and you short yourself between rails, you're not going to find 240 volts necessarily. It's just a little bit safer. You're still probably dead, but just a tiny bit less super dead. All right, so there's that. Oh my god, that was tough. I'm not going to do the UV on this because I think it'll just fit back into the panel, but I do need to plug it in first. So I need to figure out how to plug this thing in. My fingers caught between two 230-volt wires and a traffic light setup once. Yikes. Imagine the embarrassment of getting killed by a fucking traffic light. How embarrassing. All right. How humiliating. So I think this might be a forceps job, getting all the way in here. Get down on the table here. Let me move all the screws out of the way. Of course, I'll get all that stuff away when we're done. But right now, angle this whole thing over. Now, this is the new heatsink that I created. What has more fins? More fins mean more cooler, right? More fins, more air movement, more everything. More, I demand more. Moto, moto, moto. So yeah, anyway, in order to plug this thing in, I gotta go all the way into that plug on the power supply board, which could use redesigning because I went from 5-volt fans to 12-volt fans back to 5-volt fans. And in fact, the reason that this rig was so loud in the past and annoyed my friends was that I was running a 5-volt fan at 12 volts. Ooh boy, it was not exactly very happy with me as a result. That extra pin that's not used is the speedometer pin, I think. Unless these are just dummy control. These might be just dumb control. Oh, these are smarter. I think they are. Oh yeah, I think I just cut the speed control pin off of these. Not the speed control pin, the speed reporting pin. The NARC pin. The one that tells the controller how fast the fan is going. I didn't need that. I leave these up to their own Noctua devices. I got a little like bulge that I gotta get rid of. A little wire bulge that's bugging me. Might not be a big deal, but needs to sit a little flatter and this thing to go all the way. Fuck it. Alright, fine. Arms fricked for days. Sorry, tickled for days. Oh, they said your arm was fricked for days. Which is a good way of saying it, to be honest. Hello, connector. Oh boy. All right. This is tough. This is a tough thing to plug in. I have to go through the entire circuit, or through the entire heatsink, and then get to a connector that's underneath the circuit board in between two modules, and I don't really have much to go on here. Don't really have much to look at. All the way in there. We did tests, and with the fans going in the same direction and the size of the fins, we weren't getting air into the heatsink. It was just creating a low pressure area instead of actually moving material. So there's my mic might sound funny because I just dropped the thing off of the back. Get this back in here. Okay, all right. Plugging it in. Step 4, take 12. Okay, so having them on an input, a push-pull configuration allows for enough extra air to get into the heatsink area, and for the, here, you guys got to move. I can't look at this and have you guys can't. There we go. Just get a real awkward view of me. Not like this. There we go. Yeah, that'll do. All right. As I try to maneuver my face in here. Try to get this plugged in. No depth of field to speak of. Oh, it's so close. Damn it. This is the right direction, right? Short end, long end? Yeah, all right. Whew. Yeah, you need to have enough volume of air to even do the cooling, so you need to reverse the fans, which is unfortunate. I'd rather go to liquid, you know, at a diminishing returns on moving air across a heatsink, but we have more fins to dissipate the heat more, but we need to get air into those fins, and so you need to supply the air and you need to remove the air. Move the water, channel the water, under the water. That, and I think that's okay. Yeah, that's all right. Like a big bundle of wire there that I got to make sure that it doesn't get into the fins, so it's all properly. I kind of want it to be in one channel, so move that up. Looking over here. Push those in there. Nope, one of them keeps popping out. All right, like that. There we go. That's a little better. Well, this needs to be out of the fan. Get your wire out of my freaking fan. All right, so we're on track. I mean, this is about the pace that I thought we'd be at. We've done all of the big panels, right? And I'll do the top panel later. But things are looking pretty red. I'll end up taking this top panel tonight and making sure that it all goes together properly. But so far, so good. Aside from the red not being precisely what I want it to be. You know, you take some wins and losses in these things. Hold on, let's make sure this whole thing fits, please. Hello? Hello? Please fit? Hey, it's me, your computer. You please go together properly? Bottom fitting over here. I think the, oh, I see. There's a bunch of support material right here that's not come off properly. That's making that a little too wide. Aha! Troubleshooting your own designs. Step 12. Same with this. I could probably just use a screwdriver on that instead of my fingernail. So the support material didn't fully peel off, and so it's left behind a little bit of a like a shelf on this, which makes it too wide to fit into the channels and kept me from closing the lid properly. So I can just take something across that, clean that off. All detached and everything. You have detachment issues. Okay. Try to keep plastic from getting into everything. Yeah, air is a fluid. Get into fluidics. The fluids of our lives, chat. Why are you not fit? What the hell's happening here? It's like the top is shorter than the rest of the build. And I need to somehow compensate for that? No, it's sticking over too far back here. Why? Hold on. We'll get to the bottom of this. Just give me a second here. Curse at it for a while. Like Gonad has taught us, flatulent Gonad from chat, has taught us, there's a certain requisite number of curses that you need to elicit in order to get something like this running and working. Why is that offset in the way that it is? It's like 5 millimeters this way. What is this? What kind of a joke is this? Look at that. Look at that fitment. What a fit and finish, chat. What a fit and finish. Why is it like that? Because it's flush over here. Is it just like the 3D printed part is off? What is going on? I'm gonna get a sip of nice cold water with bubbles in it. This is room temperature seltzer water. I mean, trapezoidal stuff aside, I don't think we're a trapezoid. Why is it like full blown? Oh, that's why. Okay. Bump. That was the problem. I have a cutout for the heatsink on the inside channel of this. That's why it wasn't fitting at all. There it is. All right. It's red. It's looking something. It's looking something, chat. I don't know what kind of lighting you guys have to look at it in. Mark 1 eyeballs do it much better justice. But it's looking red. Now there's a couple more details that we need to do in order to finish this and get good hardware in there. For tonight, I'm gonna put my my PSU back in. I'm gonna put this back in and move everybody over to my computer area. I'm not gonna fasten the top on because I'm gonna take that apart tonight and do the sanding on it that I need to do in order to make the whole thing fit together properly. And then from there, we'll get that AMD hardware in this thing. That'll be tomorrow. Tomorrow. And I think we'll be good. I think it'll work. I don't know. Tomorrow's going to be the trials, though. There's going to be a lot more stuff going on, and we'll fail. We're going to fail, but we'll hopefully fail upwards. It's Makerbeam. So Makerbeam is the 10 millimeter pseudo 8020 rail. And there's also 2020 rail, which is what I was going to do the water-cooled version of this computer on. But derelict hardware is waiting in the wings. We got a couple things to finish up. I'm going to be back tomorrow after I do the airport run. I might be on early, chat. It might be that you guys get to my channel in your normal Euro times. You get your cup of coffee after work, and maybe like an espresso or whatever the hell you European hedonistic fucks do. You're gonna get here, and I'm gonna be like well along the project. Y'all don't have to be there. They have a nice Makerbeam kit for about $100. Yeah, the Makerbeam is not cheap. I found the clear anodized version of it, and I was like, woo, that looks cool. So I decided to do this version of the computer with it. I have been waiting to do this upgrade for a year or two. I don't know. When did the 6900 XT get announced? It was about then that I started to try to buy one, and I have not been able until now. So I finally actually was able to source a 6900 XT. Turns out the 6950 XR released 2 days later. Whatever. fine. I've got a Strix B550 motherboard thing, super duper RAM, G-Skill. I don't like G-Skill, but they were in the price range for the speed of the RAM. I got a new NVMe drive. I've got a 5950X in there. Yeah, I paid MSRP for the card. That was the whole thing, is I wasn't going to kowtow to the fucking ridiculous market and the botting, right? I'm not going to kowtow to the botting market. They can go fuck themselves for all I care. MSRP. It was tough to do. I had to have a friend that was monitoring the AMD site, and I only bought it right before they started. You know, you can't get this anymore. Maybe not. Well, you can get it. You can probably get it from a retailer. I don't know what retailers do, the reference cards, but AMD stopped selling it yesterday. I will not pay scalping nor MSRP. That's marked the hell up. Well, the MSRP was like 1,050, so that's like a 30 series money, right? Yeah. Listen, we ban bots here. When OctoJ gets back, he'll go on another spree. He goes and he bans bots, because we have this thing here typically called Burn the Subs, and Burn the Subs is a wall-mounted board. It's a wall-mounted wooden board that burns the names of subscribers onto itself. Right now, Burn the Subs doesn't work. We've had a lot of other projects, and Burn the Subs filled up. It was a really bad time for Burn the Subs to end, but it has ended, and I've already mounted the old boards behind my gaming computer. So when we get this, my gaming setup, when we get this back up, I'm going to go to a 2-monitor setup instead of 3, and that'll free up some of the room behind my desk, so that I can actually have speakers that face me instead of facing into the back of monitors. In addition to that, you guys will be able to see the boards behind me while I'm playing the games. So when I go to the face cam, you guys will have a good view of that. I want this computer to be in good view of that too. That requires me to redesign my desk. So that's another one of those projects that's sort of in the wings that I've been planning for years. But this really kicks things off. This means we can start working on a bunch of other projects. Once we get that into my computer and we figure out how we can make it work. And that's going to be the fun part. It's going to be the weird part. It's always weird around here. But we're going red. Everything is going red in this build. So today, what we did is we put together all the outer panels. Why did that take 5 hours? Because I'm dumb. I don't know. It took a little bit of time. Tomorrow we will do the back panels on the card and on the motherboard on that guy over there. Hopefully that one does not need a reprint. If it does, we don't install it. And then I'll do the mods on stream and we can do that. But then the hardware goes together and we start running trials on it very quickly. It will happen in very little time. So this computer still works. I'm gonna move it over to the other desk so that I can put my feet up and actually, like, I don't know, be a degenerate Twitch viewer like you guys. And then I'm coming back tomorrow with more of this. We'll have a lot of fun with this because we got a lot of ways to go. But it'll be stuff you guys are more akin. You guys know more about, you know, putting together the computery stuff and making the ones and the zeros do the thing. You guys know what you're doing with that. So yeah, I need to get a haircut. It's been some time. I haven't had time to schedule it. So anyway, here's I don't mean you, degenerate. Every time I use that word, he pops up, comes out of nowhere. Freaking guy's a degenerate. Sorry, they are a degenerate. I don't know what you are. Freaking weirdo is what you are. I identify as weird and weirdo. All right. Oh God, I just put those. Those went everywhere. Those didn't go in the garbage. I went like that, and they caught the back of my hands and went. So I just sprayed my shop with old 3D prints. All right, I'm back tomorrow. I might be very early, so I will be around. I mean, obviously, I like to keep my normal hours, which is the noon 30 to 5:30 is when I like to stream. But I want to get out of that. In the next couple weeks, we're going to be going crazy. I will try to keep the core hours. I'm going to get back from the airport. We'll see how I feel. I will be on Discord. I'm always on Discord. I'm ridiculous with that. Follow me on Twitter if you feel like it. I will post stuff on Twitter when we have a victory lap with this thing. Right? I'll try to get a good picture of it to put on Twitter. I don't like to spam Twitter. What have you guys been eating lately? This isn't healthy. This is a lot of gas. We got to talk about your diet, chat. But I'll be back tomorrow, and I will see you then. Bye.